Good evening.
Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Dlaczego nie słyszę?
I am unable to listen to you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Me?
Yes.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
We don't.
Do you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes.
Está el volumen, ya la-
We can hear only ourselves, not the host
The
of the
speaker.
meeting.
Technical problem.
So we have some. So do you listen to me now?
Yes, we listen.
Yes.
We hear you.
No, just do not change anything. So thank you very much indeed. So we start, again. I assume you didn't listen to me from the very beginning, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I start again. Thank you very much for coming, and we just start today the debate on so-called the Schuman's debate on renewing the European Union. And this debate is going to basically discuss many important topics. I mean, there's going to be 12 debates. Each one is each month up to the December. And today we will talk about the two models. The one model is a community of European nations. I mean, proposed by Schuman and successfully implemented basically over a few decades. And then appeared a concept of the Spinelli, which is getting a direction to the superstate. And we think basically that this direction to the superstate, removing the basically importance of a particular nations and the countries, is a wrong direction. So, but we would like, to present these two, a picture, so that to realize that basically, slowly going into the superstate, Europe will lose the power within the all areas. So within the social area, economy, and as well, speaking about the values and about the particularly the importance of the particular countries. So I would like, just to read two statements which were basically expressed by Schuman, which are basically giving, some certain, idea about what this concept is about. So the first one is speaking that Schuman said, my idea is not to merge states to create a superstate. Our European states are historical reality. From a psychological point of view, it would be impossible to do away with them. Their diversity is a good thing, and we do not intend to level them down or equalize them. And the second statement of Schuman is as well very important. Trying to draw that picture he was, created about the model of Europe is following. To our mind, European policy is certainly not in contradiction with the patriotic ideal. It encourages the particular nature and characteristics of each of its states and fosters the sound love for one's own country, which is a love that does not go in detriment of other countries. It wants to attain a unity in the fullness of its diversity. So this is a kind of just a two statements, but we have many statements of that kind of Robert Schuman. He expressed, drawing a picture of different areas of community. And as we know, he started from the coal and steel industry community, then community of economic European community. And Schuman wanted basically, in a certain steps to create a community of Europe in a different areas. So this was the direction. But finally, at 1992, we observed there was a Maastricht Treaty where basically there was created a European Union. So Schuman, he was against the superstate. As a European Union basically is a kind of a thinking to some certain extent, and this is the opinion of many people, that, the building that uniform, we don't like the nations, we don't like the countries, so the superstate is going to be something which never, reminds us about the history of any nations. This is just, shortly stated this point. And we are going, in our debate today, talk about the different, basically context of that issues. And of course, we invited many speakers, and I am really very glad that, you know, we got a very, I mean, a high level of experts from around Europe, and we would like to extend the dialogue. The dialogue is important for basically the concept of Robert Schuman. He said, usually, you know, once the dialogue is interrupted, we can expect only the war. What Schuman said, basically, main, you know, slogan of Schuman was unity, solidarity, and peace. And he said, and he struggled after the Second War for the unity, for the unification, for the united, for just forgiveness, right? And once he reached that point, yeah, forgiveness, we observe the people start to work on physical projects like a coal industry, you know, project, which is basically speaking about the solidarity. The solidarity is a kind of a sharing of a common goods, sharing of a common cooperation in an equal way, so in a solidar way. And then he's saying, if you approach solidarity, then peace is basically ensured. And Schuman stated this, I mean, a unity, solidarity, and peace like a certain, you know, logic statement, logic mathematical statement called implication, which says that if we have unity, then it can be a grant for creating a solidarity. If we approach solidarity, then this is a good grant to create a peace. So what do we say today in Europe? We can say we can give many examples that we have many examples showing the loss of solidarity. So according to Schuman, if we lose solidarity, so we face a dangers of the war. And probably it's not going to be a war like a military. Between our today's speakers, we have a very excellent person, Dr. Klaus Wittmann, a general, you know, and person who was, you know, responsible for strategy of the NATO. And yes, and I think this person is very, I mean, aware about, you know, the implications between a certain, I mean, political model and the certain, I mean, possibility to establish appropriate security and defense. So at that point, I would like, you know, basically to give a voice to our first speaker. Our first speaker is Professor Michał Gierich, and the professor of political science. And he is his main research area is axiology and anthropology of politics, relations between religion and politics. And Mr. Professor, we would like, you know, basically you refer to some certain area which I called for the purpose of this debate as a fundamental Christian values of European community. And we would like to hear from you about some problems with unity in diversity. So political science of religion perspective. So thank you for, I mean, being with us, and floor is yours. So you get something like a 20 minutes, be some kind to start your speech.
Thank you very much, Professor Krysiak. Thank you for the invitation and for this possibility to think together today. I will try to put the presentation. Maybe it will be easier to follow. I hope you see it.
Yeah, thank you. We see that.
Mm-hmm. As Joseph Weiler rightly points out in his essay on Christian Europe, social and political science hardly identifies the role of Christianity for the construction of European integration. In my opinion, it says, however, something important about current condition of social sciences, but not so much about the real source of European integration. In the light of Schumann's words, it is very clear that his brave and creative act of peace was possible thanks to Catholic identity of its authors and the Christian roots of participating societies. In For Europe, he notes, after so much disaster, we have to fall back on the Christian law of noble but humble brotherhood, to be able to hold out our hand to our former enemies, not only to forgive them, but to build tomorrow's Europe together. It is then important to remember that metapolitics, whose key element was Christianity, made the political project of European integration built on reconciliation and solidarity possible at all. Today, I would like to discuss the importance of this metapolitical background for the idea of Schumann's vision of unity in diversity. That motto is officially used by European Union since 2000. Paradoxically, it was also the moment of growing pressure of some kind of superstate, pressure which we also witness today. A white paper on the future of EU made by Jean-Claude Juncker in 2017 presents only fifth scenario named Doing Much More Together and describing exactly the future European superstate as the one, as you can see on the slide, presented in a fully bright colors. So there is everything okay in that idea, apart from one problem, which is that some questions of accountability arise for some who feel that the EU has taken too much power away from the member states. There are, of course, different reasonable explanations of current European drive in that direction. One could mention in that respect some ideological explanation, the concept of Spinelli, which was already mentioned, economic or political one. In my speech, I would like to discuss another explanation which should be treated as a middle range theory, namely that one of important reasons for practical impossibility of the problems with unity and diversity approach towards national states is also deep secularization of European politics. In that context, let us note at the very beginning that unity in diversity evokes fundamental Catholic experience, the way the Catholic Church is present in the world. The Church is always united, but at the same time it remains culturally diverse. According to Church, unity in diversity is then something like uniquely Catholic and means, I quote, a membership in the universal community which is rooted but not confined to local communities. It relates then to the unity in diversity of cultural expressions. For whereas the Church, because Christ is present in her, is regarded as universal, at the same time this universal Church is in practice incarnate in the individual churches. As a result, I quote here Lubac, a concrete and living unity of the Church is not equivalent to uniformity. It is, if one may say so, a pluriformity, a kind of concert harmony in which every particular tradition becomes something very precious that highlights Catholic unity. That affirmation diversity requires answering to the question of its limits. Undoubtedly, the process of inculturalization, is exposed to the threat of syncretism, which makes that process difficult and delicate task. For if it should mean something more than pure external adaptation, it also needs removing from local cultures everything that contradicts the Christian message. So the gospel, although expressed in local languages, signs, symbols, must be assimilated by particular churches without the slightest betrayal of its essential truth. This results from the fact that the church itself is, in a sense, subordinated to its credo. She is not capable of changing them in any way. In summing up this very sketchy vision and the meaning of unity and diversity if Christian in the Catholic Church theology, let us draw up a deep structure of it. Firstly, one who said that the nature of unity and diversity principle is first and foremost descriptive. So it does not impose diversity, but identifies the way Ecclesia deals with objective reality. A precondition of the attitude to different cultures is the awareness of the values that may not be compromised irrespective of culture. Therefore, a credo is at stake that may not be modified. A model of unity in diversity requires, therefore, in light of church experience, fundamental principles and values that exist independently from the church itself. that allow to build up unity in diversity and identity such understood. Such an approach means also that the Catholic unity needs time and patience. Inculturation doesn't work automatically. Let us note that that specific approach to identity made kind of imprint on European culture. European cultural identity is far from multiculturality, as for example in case of USA. Diverse content does not mean in Europe some kind of cultural melting pot. To recognize the cultural specificity of Europe, whose complex construction is composed of, on one hand, the spirit of Greece and heritage of Rome adopted by Roman, Celtic, Germanic, Slavic, and Philo-Ugric peoples, and on the other, the Hebrew culture and Islamic influence, provokes rather to seeking for a bond that assimilates these diverse traditions and in a way transform them to become intrinsically European. As Rocco Buttiglione and, for example, Fernand Brode observe, this bond in the European context is precisely Christianity, which remains an essential fact that has shaped the souls of peoples and nations in their existence, culture, and development. If Christianity forms the core of European culture, this means that the fundamental Christian values or better, moral values, which become evident thanks to Christian faith, in the long term played a decisive role with regard to shaping the cultural identity of the old continent. While remaining something concrete and real, that identity built on Christian values was at the same time filled with local diversities and in a special way with national traditions. It is worth to acknowledge that dates of European states coming into existence surprisingly regularly match those of the lords being baptized. As a result, it needs to be stated that Christianity comes to be ideological foundation that brought the notion of unity and diversity into the very heart of European culture and politics. The notion, rooted in Catholic ecclesiology, thus has become fully consistent with the cultural realm of the old continent on which Schuman built his vision of European community. It is then not especially surprising that the deep structure of above described Catholic model of unity and diversity is in large extent reflected in Schuman's thoughts on European unity. In For Europe, we read, before Europe can be a defense alliance or economic unity, it must become a cultural community. It is not about creating some kind of Euroculture. On the contrary, the whole project of integration in Schuman thought is based on the discovery of the fact of unity deeper than the diversity of cultural and political forms of expression. If, as he notes, I quote, above each homeland we recognize the existence of the common good more and more clearly, it is because we are convinced of real existence of common good. In other words, as Schuman wrote, in Europe we are aware of existence of unchanging principles and the possibility of, I quote, applying them wisely in the world of changing and random matters. This awareness was reinforced by Christianity. As Schuman emphasized, Christianity fought equality by nature of all people, children of the same God, redeemed by the same Christ, regardless the race, color, class, or profession. The universal law of love and mercy made every person our neighbor. It is on this law that social relations in the Christian world now rest. This deep community of values, one might say axiological credo of integration, which allowed to go beyond particularism and national egoism in the name of solidarity, made it possible, in Schumann's opinion, not to be afraid of diversity. Therefore, Schuman emphasized that we are not and will never be critics of motherland, forgetting about our obligation towards it. Properly understood duties toward the fatherland are not and cannot be contrary to the good of European community, according to Schuman, which is based on the same axiological credo. Consequently, in Schumann's writings, one will not find any kind of fear of diversity and its political consequences, stressing that Europe was not to follow the model of empire, nor the Holy Alliance, and therefore the alliance based on the strength of few strongest players. He indicated that it was to be based on, I quote, democratic equality raised to the level of relations between nations, end of quotation. If such an approach by Schuman was not utopian, and he was, as we know, a quite down-to-earth politician, it was precisely because he assumed that European integration would not be only an economic and technical undertaking, but it would have a soul, an awareness of his historical connections, present and future responsibilities, and political will at service of the same human ideal. And secondly, that the collective decisions will be limited to, and here once again I quote Schuman, to the fundamental problems of common interest. On this foundation, moral visibility of what is objectively good for everyone and for the whole person and all people, including the awareness of requirements of solidarity, and on the cooperation limited to basic problems, the United in Diversity Europe, according to Schuman, was founded. After 70 years of integration, it seems to be unexpected that the essence of EU Unity in Diversity motto becomes somewhat fogged. The European motto today is sometimes understood as a sign of disintegration. In that context, European debate raises such notions like multi-speed Europe, Europe à la carte, variable geometry Europe, indicating a political will to further differentiate it of European structure. The European Union, in light of those ideas, should be a process of further integration, deepen its drive to disintegration, thus becoming even more a community of united in diversity. It is quite clearly counterproductive to the essence of integration project, a real unity and solidarity of European states. Another interpretation of unity and diversity that sometimes appears today is deducted from Article 22 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. In that view, unity and diversity applies to minority cultures, regional identities, or migrant communities, while stressing that what stands at stake is the diversity not among member states, but within individual EU member states. In some context, for example, Romano Prodi, when he was president of the European Commission, pointed to New York as a shining example of how diversity can achieve great things. It's also clearly against the whole cultural specificity of the whole continent. On the other hand, we see that democratic equality of member states is highly challenged in EU, and the idea of some kind of uniformity is developing. Ulrich Beck and Edgar Grande even say that the European Union now constitutes a new order of ruling, which is best portrayed using the idea of an empire. So something clearly opposite to Schuman's vision. Just as the constitutive elements of pre-modern empires were feudal units, EU consists of states of different level of sovereignty, fully sovereign, semi-sovereign, and non-sovereign. It is then clear that institutional mechanisms of solidarity are being to prove insufficient, and the risk of total collapse of Schuman's community of equals, which was another articulation of idea of unity in diversity, is quite real. The question is, why is it so? Why we lose in EU not only the solidarity spirit of politics, but even the clear understanding of what unity in diversity means? It would be worthy to come back to ecclesial model. As it was said, the mons of Catholic unity in diversity was Catholic credo. In European cultural transposition, and even more clearly in Schuman political transposition of that idea, it was an axiological credo. It is then worthy to ask about axiological condition of EU. One could say that exactly in the area of values, European Union with Lisbon Treaty made an important progress. Article 2 of the treaty proclaims the EU for the first time, expresses verbis as a community of values. Not going into detailed analysis of individual union values, it needs to be affirmed that the particular attention to European principles and values seems to suggest that there is a kind of axiological credo of integration. Whereas acknowledging member states' right to be guided by their respective axiological canons, the Union requires a minimum respect for common values. It then seems that EU follows in some way Schumann's idea rooted in European cultural identity and also Catholic interpretation of the very sense of unity and diversity. In light of European law, there is one proviso to above interpretation. The concept of incarnation of axiology assumes the existence of metaphysics of values, characteristic of metapolitical construction on which constitutional systems of nation states are founded. Yet, Values are not assigned in the European Union the ontological status of objective properties, but only cultural and historical status. As a consequence, for example, in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the European Union adapts the provision of the European Convention on Human Rights, which it undertook to respect, adjusting them to the current status of legislation in member states, a meaningful sign of which seems to be the issue of guarantees for the right to life or right to marry. Both are so formulated in the Charter that the text is open on contradictory interpretations of its proper content. In the context of unity in diversity, it means that the above-mentioned axiological creed of integration is actually something flexible and changeable and may be redefined in the future. That approach seems to be deeply rooted in Treaty on the European Union logic. Second rectical to the Treaty on the European Union preamble states, drawing inspiration from the cultural, religious, and humanistic inheritance of Europe, from which we have developed the universal values and inviolable and inalienable rights of the human persons. Let's stress that from the point of meta-axiological solution, this rectical clearly recognizes cultural relativism. In accordance with the adopted formula, values arise from the cultural, religious, and humanist heritage of Europe. Since values are recognized in view of cultural developments, then the same applies to the recognition of their universality. Polish philosopher Marek Piechowiak points out that in that perspective, exclusion of inherent human dignity from set of values presented in the preamble is fully reasonable, as inherent dignity source of rights is that what is essentially independent from culture. Let us emphasize that the preamble to treaty does not mention dignity among its fundamental values. It does so only in Article 2nd, but precisely in the context of values recognized by member state. In such a way, within EU axiology, metaphysics of values is replaced by the sociology of values. Lack of stable axiological credo of EU is compensated to some extent by huge set of competencies of the EU in Treaty on Functioning of European Union. Not only in the area of exclusive competencies, but also in the area of shared with the states and so-called supplementary competencies, EU is equipped in a real power which can be used easily against member states, as we can see in the current debate on rule of law. In that way, exactly both conditions of Schumanian unity and diversity are challenged. Lack of stable axiological credo, challenging the bonds of unity, is followed by increase of EU competencies, largely a Schumanian idea of cooperation in the area of fundamental problems. The stabilization of European values and its consequences show that the problem of Christian roots of integration is not only some kind of artificial theoretical problem, but something really influencing our way of understanding European politics. John Paul II was right saying that the Catholic Church provides a model of essential unity in diversity of cultural expressions, a sense of what unites beyond that what divides. Thanks to the role of Christianity in shaping Europe, that model was reflected in European cultural identity and then in the political vision of Robert Schuman. Nearly perfect secularization of European politics, in which even Christian Democrats do not follow Christian values, does not leave space for political imaginarium, which was natural for Schuman and fundamental for his vision of united in diversity Europe. It seems to me that in that point we find kind of deep reason of current evolution of the EU in the direction of some kind of empire instead of united in diversity community of European nations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your speech. And now we ask a disputant who is Professor David Reichard. Professor David Reichard is an instructor of international relations at the Institute of International Relations, Comenius University, Bratislava, Slovak Republic. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gierich. Stay with us, and we are going, to have the other speakers, trying to refer to the context of your speech. So, Professor David Reichard, are you with us, Professor?
Yes, I am, and I'll try to make the camera work here.
Yes, please, Professor, switch on your camera, please. Thank you, I see you.
Oh, good.
Thanks a lot. I would appreciate if we see just not only your head.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
That's a little better, huh?
Yeah, now excellent. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So, and Professor David Reichert is over the past years, he has taught courses in comparative politics and international relations, as well as courses on American foreign policy and the European Union and East European politics. So, David, be so kind, to probably extend your point of view on that following question, which I state now. Why Schuman's model of Europe is in line with the community spirit and most desired by people independent of their faith or religion. So we would be very glad to hear you, respond on that. Floor is yours, David, please.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I think that, Schumann's vision was of a federal Europe, but a federal Europe that was largely controlled by the member states. And this vision allowed the maximum authority and the maximum provision for the individual, for the flourishing of the individual values and principles of the member states over the center. However, and I think we all agree with that, or most of us agree with that is his concept of the community of nations concept, rather than kind of this supranational centralistic bureaucratic organization that the European Union has become. But I would like to focus just a few comments on perhaps a flaw in Schumann's thinking. Now, as we all know, Schuman was a very devout Roman Catholic who has been considered for sainthood by the Catholic Church, in fact. And he was very much influenced by Catholic social teaching, of course, by Pope Leo XIII, and the communitarian ideal. Schuman, from my understanding, my reading of history, he believed in a European community of nations, but one that was largely dominated by, as the speaker mentioned, Christianity and Christian values, in particular the values of Christian democracy. In fact, so much so that the British were suspicious of Schuman. And as we know, the British, in about the first 5 years of the coal and steel community, the community was so dominated by the Catholic social countries that the British were quite suspicious, with good reason in a sense. But what I'd like to say is that Schuman believed that such a European federation based on Christian values would naturally lead to a flourishing of Christianity, and in particular the Catholic faith. I think we have to be very direct about that in terms of what his end goal was. And as the British scholar, the British Catholic scholar Alan Phimister writes, Schumann's vision was largely taken from that of the French philosopher Jacques Maritain. And Maritain, he had a concept which Schuman more or less adopted called integral humanism. Now, according to Jacques Maritain, integral humanism is based on the idea of the gospel, that is, spreading the gospel, but not directly spreading it. In other words, the gospel, but not really spoken. What they sometimes refer to as anonymous Christianity. So if you can imagine a community of nations with following a gospel message, but largely unspoken, we have anonymous Christianity. Well, Phimister, and I kind of agree with Phimister on this, and I'm not sure about, maybe the other speakers could react to this. He believed that this was a critical fallacy. He called it the fallacy of affirming consequence. The fallacy is, if A leads to B, then B must naturally lead back to A. Now, if A is Christian revelation and B are the political values or principles reflecting the community of nations, it does not necessarily follow that those who practice those values, for example, the dignity of the human person, human rights, fraternity, equality, all of them Christian values, does not necessarily follow that they will then lead them back to Christianity, to understanding that Christianity is the genesis of those values and interest them in the faith. So I think that one of the problems I see with Schuman's vision is that fundamental problem of what Phimister mentions, the fallacy of affirming consequence. And I think even Schuman recognized it in one of his writings. Maybe one of you knows a little bit more than I do, but at one point Schuman talked about how this organization could get out of control with something that he called a supranational egotism, or egotism, supranational egotism. And for many of us who comment on and teach the European Union today, I think we can see that supranational egoism in the form of things such as what the speaker mentioned, but also European Court of Justice rulings in 2018 that church-associated schools, for example, and social care charitable organizations can not only hire Christians, or the 2018 Court of Justice ruling that same-sex marriages must be respected for residency in other member states. So things like that. I think Schuman, I think the worst fears of Schuman have been realized in that sense. So although I agree that Schuman's community of nations is in principle a very laudable goal, I think I think to apply it, and for it to have any chance of realization is a very delicate thing and can easily get out of control, as Schuman himself recognized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor David Reichert. Thank you very much for that, very, analytical and clear, explanation of your point of view. And yeah, this is the value of our debate, that, we try to have many points of view. This is going to give us a better picture. And as well, I would like to announce that, our goal is after debates, each debate, and as well at the end of the year, just to put some, a written material, written paper, which will, summarize this, what we, discuss, and will, give some certain recommendations, practical recommendations, what to do in the different areas of the European Union. In the area of basically institutions, and regulations and so on. So and now, in that context of that discussion, I would like to invite to a very short speech Dr. Tomasz Pysiak. And once again, I would like to ask the question, why Schuman's model of Europe is in line with the community of spirit and most desired by people independent of their faith or religion. So Dr. Tomasz Pysiak is, dealing with the different social sciences and, approaching from the practical perspective. So be some kind, to express some your views on that.
Thank you. Thank you for opportunity to say a few sentences in this very important and valuable debate. I want to congratulate Professor Krysiak and Institute of Schuman Thought for organizing such an important event. And also convey greetings and congratulations from Mr. Rector of the European School and Technology of the Servant of God Robert Schuman, Dr. Krzysztof Księski, and Chancellor Mr. Dariusz Stankiewicz, to all speakers, disputants, participators, and audience of this debate. I'm glad that I can represent my university. The answer for the question why Schuman's model of Europe is in line with the community spirit and most desirable by people regardless of their faith, in my opinion, we should refer to the main subject of this debate. The unification of tradition and culture is the origin of superstate. Independence is the opposite to cultural unification. I would say that better way is the community in diversity. I strongly believe the unification and idea of European superstate is harmful and dangerous, not only for European nations, their culture and identity, but also even for the European Union in its essence. The main scientist and researcher of globalization, Marshall McLuhan, in his very important book, The Gutenberg Galaxy, said that our society is a global village. In the way of technological development, communication and culture, we seem to be similar. Someone can tell we are one tribe, one village. Yes, we are similar, but not the same. Community must be in diversity. For McLuhan, the technological development of communication, economy is not the same that superstate. We can communicate, trade, help each other, cooperate in the field of sciences, economy, and other social fields. But we don't need to build superstate to use the benefits of unification. The community in its diversity, even in era of globalization, is the closest to the Schuman's Europe. The people who said that tolerance is the most precious value said that we should be united, equal. The equality of superstate is in utopia. Trying to make the new brave world, we reject the solidarity. Solidarity needs diversity. As great Paul St. Pope John Paul II said, carry each other burden. It means not be the same, only be united with diversity, with different tradition, religion, but united in solidarity and peace for development of the world. The idea of superstate rejects existence of nations and patriotism. St. John Paul II, in his important book, Memory and Identity, said that, quote, patriotism as love for the homeland give all other nations the same right as one owns, and therefore the way to orderly social life. It means that superstate is an aberration of social life. The social order is only possible in Schuman's Europe, community of European nations. The idea of European superstate disturbs social order in society. The rejection of Ordo Caritatis, the order of love, is also a rejection of identity. So society and social actors need identity to build community. Identity becomes the main determinant and a kind of safety valve for society. A society that loses its identity and thus undergoes unification process become inefficient and limits the free will of individuals. The concept of community in diversity is therefore a much better solution for people regardless of their religious views. Forcing them into the idea of a superstate is nothing more than trying to limit their fundamental right to freedom. Of course, there will be voices of criticism that the European superstate is a guarantor of freedom regardless of race, sex, or criticism or religion. Supporters of the superstate will say that a series of policies aimed at promoting equality is possible and most effective in a superstate, in the full unification of the people of Europe, and thus the elimination of nuts, because it would come down to it. Relegating nations to the role of the anthropological curiosity would be catastrophic in the context of building a community. It would become a society uprooted from its roots. It shouldn't be ignored that the certain of such a social reality would be practically impossible. A change in values would entail the introduction of a compulsory unification, because only oppression at the present moment of history can destroy national identity. Only the model of community based on diversity is social beneficial. Respecting the delicate social fabric of identity gives hope for building through unity, solidarity, and peace. Understanding yourself and the benefits of working together by fully respecting your diversity appears to be the only right path to prosperity. Collaboration cannot be about forcing anyone to become the same. It is a mistake to think that only a European superstate will make Europe competitive. An attempt to unify by force will cause a number of social tensions and will lead to destabilization, not only of the economic or political order, but what is much more dangerous, of the social one. United Europe should return to the foundations. The foundations of Europe is not superstate. That, in my opinion, is the new form of oppression. The foundation of United Europe is the idea of servant of God Robert Schuman, one of the greatest thinkers of Europe after the Second World War. We should listen to his voice and read his notes and draw a conclusion. One of the conclusions is the word of Robert Schuman. Quote, Europe owes its unique character to the fact that is and has always been a society of nations, each intensely conscious of its own social personality and its own political institutions and laws, but all united by a common spiritual tradition, a common intellectual culture, and common moral values. The moral values should be a guidepost of process of community in diversity. This way of the servant of God Robert Schuman is, in my opinion, the best way to make Europe great again. Thank you for possibility to say a few words and share my opinion. It's of estimate auditorium.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And we are on Schumann's debate of renewing the European Union. So because I get the message that many new, people in the internet join our debate, and the estimated number of viewers in internet is around a few thousand currently. So I am really very happy, because we start just this debate, and basically we are going to follow 12 debates over the year. So the number is excellent, and this is due to we just broadcast, not only as we see people on the MS Teams platform, but as well we broadcast on YouTube and many websites around Poland and around Europe. So some of the websites are located in Romania, in some as well as some Western countries. Welcome. I see, some people, I get a message from Norway, right? And as well from Lithuania, Romania, as well. I think there are some people from Ukraine and Western countries as well. So this is the goal, that we have, that we integrate the people from around Europe, being more in that way focused on common cooperation towards that process of renewing the European Union. So I would like now, we have between us many journalists. So one of them is Michał Karnowski from the very important media in Poland. And please, Mr., if you don't mind, just, to engage, just to speak some words in that context of our discussion. Be so kind, and floor is yours, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I wasn't prepared, so just few words. Thank you for organizing this meeting. I think it's really important that to emphasize that we have the same right to create our European Union like others. Not only the left side is allowed to discuss, to propose their ideas and the shape of the European Union, which in our opinion is the best. In the Jubel Park in Europe, in Brussels, Parc du Cinquantenaire. I'm sorry, I don't speak French. There is a monument of Robert Schuman, and now, of course, he's wearing a mask. And listening to this discussion, I have the impression that it's not only temporary, but this mask was put for eternal. So I hope not, and I hope this Schumann's ideas and the vision of European Union will be shared, will be recognized. And what is the most important fact, that especially during this epidemic period, we see in every country that the national state is our main protection. This is the tool which works, and the level of this European bureaucracy, maybe it's too strong to say that failed, but we have problems. They can't feel what people really need. Then there is a problem with fulfilling expectation from the beginning, when we were advised to clean our hands, as a response to the terrible situation, to terrible plague. Up to these days, when we see that there is a huge problem with the most important thing, the vaccination process, and this agreement, this procedure wasn't properly prepared. This is my idea. Dr. Tomasz Pysiak, I'm sorry, told us that according to him, this super state idea, which they try to when somebody tries to impose on us, is a kind of oppression, and I think this is what many people in Europe feel. What many countries agree, because we never voted for this kind of European Union. This is the thing we should emphasize, that this bureaucracy doesn't have our support. There was no vote for this shape of European Union, and I remember the referendum in Poland when we were told that this will be a federal union, not super state, and that the Brussels won't impose their beliefs, their rules, their values on any country, on any state. But it occurs very often, and of course we have to emphasize that we believe in European Union. I believe in European Union. I think it's the best frame for the future of Europe. Now we face a lot of problems. We have a lot of difficulties, and we have to cooperate, to be together. We have China on the scene. We have United States, but if we want the European Union to work, we have to cooperate, and every state should be equal, because if we choose the opposite way, I think very soon we face huge problems, because it's impossible to enslave some national elites, some countries. I think only the European Union, which cooperates and in which every country is equal, may work, and this is the most important thing for me. And only in this kind of European Union we all feel free.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Karnowski. Really, thank you for your contribution to that discussion, and stay with us as long as you can. So we will have an opportunity in next, topics to ask for your comments as well. And, this is very important. I mean, I think I would like to share now that the Institute of Schuman Thought is in basically relations with many groups around the Europe, which these relations are coming from our relations with the different embassies. like the embassy of Italy in Warsaw, Norway embassies, Swedish embassy, and that what I had from some groups from Norway is following. So the people from Norway, they are saying, yes, we would like to join to the community of European nations of the concept of Robert Schuman, but we never joined to the European Union, which is going to be a superstate. So this is a very, significant. This is a very significant to listen to the people, because as we notice, there is a big discrepancy between that what the let's say, I'm sorry for that word, average people think, and the discrepancy between what the politicians or some, deputies are speaking. So, for instance, in Belgium as well, I had the voices that the Belgian people, they feel themselves to be pushed in the corner. And basically, they don't like that. A situation that a national characteristic is not so much manifested, right? So, excuse me for all, viewers. Just, switch off your microphone, please. Okay? Proszę wyłączyć mikrofony.
You can watch yourself over there.
Yeah. Now
it's Sunday, it's Sunday, so we hear many children around us. not in my room, but yeah, I hear. So greetings for our children.
It's not problem. This is a very young, new followers of Robert Schuman, and we like, that we like them. They join, the community of Robert Schuman, because the future. If you would like to change the future. The people like myself is too old, have a big influence, but the very young people today born, right, are very needed for that process. So at the very end of that part of our discussion, our debate, I would like, to invite again Professor Michał Giericz for some kind of a summary. If you can, wrap up that basically voices and opinions expressed by people and conclude this part of our debate. So, floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. There were many important issues raised. Now, not all, I think, can be answered in that panel, because the problem of the relation between federal state and superstate, or the questions connected to big bureaucracy of European Union, these are issues which can be, for example, tackled if we more clearly reflect about subsidiarity principle. So what it exactly means in European Union and why it doesn't work. So I will just now only, let's say, make some comments on the things which are clearly or strictly connected to the problem of unity in diversity. And first to the Dr. Reinhard David, and disclaim that there is some problem with the Catholicism of Schuman from the, let's say, foreign perspective, especially from England. I just would like to remind that exactly because of the Catholicism of Schuman, the European integration was from the very beginning perceived as a secular area. But what does it mean? So in the Catholic reflection about politics, it's very clear that politics is not grounded on religious law, but on the moral law. And it was exactly the point which makes the approach to also European politics open for every person, because universal moral values are universal. So they are connected to natural law and possible to be grasped by every one of us. It was the idea of Schuman. So if we want to build a unity in diversity, we have to found it on the really clear values, which are not the issue of our discussion or our will, but which are discovered by us. You know, it's a very long tradition, not only from Christianity. It starts much earlier. It's an antiquity and lesson of Aristotle or Cicerone. Yes. So and this exactly perspective was the one crucial for the idea of unity in diversity, because in that perspective there is a very clear bond of the community, which is really deep and stable. On this bond, we can develop some solidarity policy, and we can answer to several issues which, you know, come with time. Yes, because like epidemic now, because as which should be afraid is these are events, and if we know what really unifies us, we are ready to answer to the events. Yes. So that's one comment. Concerning the remarks of Dr. Piszek, I also think that if such a feeling today is expressed that supper state is kind of oppression, it is exactly because it is not adequate political answer to the continent. So we have to, and Schuman was fully aware of it. Nation states, it's a political reality. They are needed. And say that we now build something totally different, it is just artificial. And everything what is in this sense artificial is in the end, in the politics, an area of oppression. Because it's not adequate answer, you know. But as I mentioned, the question is if we are ready to give adequate answer, if we really lose moral foundation of European politics. In my opinion, it is at least very, very hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Michał Gericz, and stay with us. Please, thank you for that, conclusions, final remarks of that part of our discussion. And I would like just, referring to that what you said and the speakers before you, that Schuman really is, some people think that Schuman was just trying to push you in the church. Never he thought that. He was, based on the ground of the Christian values. Some people even were not realized that he's praying, a rosary every day, that he's attending the Holy Mass, because he was not manifesting that. But, some politicians from France, like Francois Mitterrand, who was not believer, and we read in the documents of the beatification process that he was witnessing following way. He said that he received Schuman, a few biographers, Schuman. Some of them was, referring to a certain situation. So some person who was called himself the enemy of Schuman, he approached sometime Schuman, very closely physically. And after that he approached, he was very angry. He was going to discuss on some topics. He didn't agree with Schuman. But when he approached him, he was surrounded by peace. So if we come back to the many situations, John Paul II, that many people, doesn't matter Catholics or Christian, that when John Paul II came close, even some was in a long distance with Robert Schuman, and he's stating three basic features, characteristics of this two person. The one is a very strong struggling for the peace. So he said Schuman was struggling for the peace, like, you know, the John Pope II as well. So some people says the peace is a second name of the God. The second characteristic a similar of these two people stated by biographer is that this respect to the people. John Pope II and the John is to all people, doesn't matter who was that. And the third feature, characteristic, is that they were meditating. They were meditating, and none of the surrounding people destroyed their meditation. They just were present in relation, in speaking, in debating with the people, in the same time meditating, being, you know, here, not in the future, not in the past, but just here with the people. This is three features, and I would like to one more word to say about the Polish people. One of the ambassadors from Europe, European countries, asked me why in Poland, Polish people is something like around the 90% of the Polish people are in favor of community of, let's say, European community. So not in the direction of a superstate. And he was wondering what is behind on that. And I said, you know, John Paul II we have not to be contradictory against Europe. We are, you know, this is our grandmother Europe. Our mother is Poland. This is our nation, this is our mother. But the grandmother is our Europe. And we need to take care about that, you know, Europe. And we are responsible, not for business, like, you know, was stated by some speakers today, not for the business, institutions, economy, but first of all, for relations. The Schuman said relations, relations, and once more, again, relations. And after you create the relations, afterwards will arrive solidarity, and then will arrive a peace. So now we go to the, let's say, a little bit other area related to that context, and I am really happy to have with us Professor Carlos Ruiz Miguel, and Professor of Constitutional Law, University of Santiago de Compostela. And he developed research, study at Harvard University and Oxford University and other universities, most famous universities around Europe. So if I would like to list, you know, we probably need 10 minutes. Congratulations, Professor. And he's a professor at the faculties of law, political science, and journalism in the University of Santiago de Compostela. And he's an author of many publications. Books. He's a famous, we know from many websites on the internet, his contribution to the discussion about the basically construction of the system of justice and the basically systems of the justice and institutions in that area around Europe. So we would like just ask you, Professor, or just try to get your opinion and approach about dangerous legal mechanism and systemic solutions in the European Union. they are any dangerous legal mechanisms which may lead to destruction of the rule of the power of the member states, and finally leading to creation of the superstate. Do you think there are many, there are some dangerous, mechanism at the current systemic solutions? So be some kind to, put the light to us. So floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this debate with these scholars that give really a prestige to this debate. It's for me an honor to be with them, and I thank you for this invitation. Well, let me tell that I will speak about this issue in 5 points. I will develop my argument in 5 points. First of all, I would like to make an overlook at the sovereignty attributes of the state according to the most classical thinker on the question, that is Jean Bodin. Jean Bodin. And well, I think Jean Bodin would be a very important thinker in this moment to remember his thinking. Then I will go to the point of what are the dangerous mechanisms that are leading now to the destruction of the national states. And then later I will talk about some current systemic solutions that are being developed in the European Union, furthering the erosion of national states. Later on, the 4 times have the national states in the European Union in this context. And well, if I have time, maybe I can tell something about what are the prospects and what conclusion could we draw from these things. Well, first of all, let me remind you the classical work of Jean Bodin, the 6 books of the Commonwealth, les 6 livres de la République. And in the first book, on chapter 10, he speaks about the true attributes of sovereignty. And he mentions seven attributes that are very interesting to understand our current situation in the European Union. Well, the first of these attributes is the power to make law binding on all his subjects in general and on each in particular. All the other attributes and rights of sovereignty, according to Bodin, are included in this power of making and unmaking law. The second attribute is the power to make war and peace. The third attribute of sovereignty is the power to institute the great officers of the state and appointing and dismissing the great officers of the state. The fourth attribute is, of course, the final resort of appeal from all the courts, which is coupled with the right of pardoning convicted persons. The fifth attribute is the right to receive faith and homage, which is one of the most important attributes of sovereignty, according to Bodin, because France, the state, the sovereign.
Professor, excuse me for interruption. Could you expand your window?
Sorry, because I am not very good in this. No, good.
No. This window where you present your text.
I try to do it, but I'm not very good with these things, and I.
No, just go at that window where you have a text, not this place. Okay, yes, here, and go up on that window, the wide one.
Yes.
And try to expand, enlarge.
Green one, the green point.
The green point.
Green point. Well, actually,
no.
I don't know where is it.
El círculo verde, señor, a la izquierda de la ventana, pero no esta que está prestando, sino aquellas.
No, not that one. We need to see the text which Professor presents.
I tried to show, but I'm not expert on this important to understand what is happening now in the European Union. Power to make war and peace, the power to appoint or dismiss the great officers of the state. Fourth, the final resort of appeal of the courts. 5, the attribute of faith and homage, the right to receive oaths and fidelity from the subjects. 6, right of coinage, and 7, the right of levying taxes and imposing dues. Well, respect. Clear violation with Article 4 of the Treaty of the European Union, the full sovereignty of the states. We are very development, and it's at this moment is not built on the states. It's built on the states. It seems the European Union does not want to exist with the states, but it seems that it is destroying the state. What is happening with Germany? Germany is at this moment the only state. Other states are not in this situation, mainly because of one reason. They all fell in the trap of the public debt. They fell in the trap of the money, if we could say. They received promises of money, and now there is a sort of blackmail where these states are blackmailed in the sense that if they don't accept the commands of the European Union, they will not receive the money that the European Union promised to give them. So it's not a very loyal way of doing politics, it seems, but it's the reality. And it's clear that this scenario that we are seeing is not a scenario of loyal, friendly partnership, but it's more like a superstructure that is playing with bad tools to impose its power on the states. And I think this is not the more desirable way of carrying politics in a continent, in a cultural space like Europe, which is the continent where the political science was born. And I think things should be done in a very different way. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your point of view as a lawyer and a very experienced person, as well expert, in that area. This is a very good contribution. And now we have.
Żeby się wylogował na chwilę, bo inaczej nie zdejmiemy tego jego ekranu.
We can log out.
On, żeby się wylogował.
So Professor, please log out from next one. Next on the right. To the right, this where you have a cross. No. Too much. Just a cross.
Square with cross.
From close to microphone, neighboring to microphone, you have a cross. Right.
Right.
Okay. Yes, that one. Yes, sweet. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That's that seems to be now okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So next we welcome Professor Benoni Ardalan from Romania, and we are happy to have you with us. And we know you are very busy, you are a member of the Romanian Parliament, and as well a very high quality of expert in the topics we are discussing now. So I know your time frame is very short. Now you are between very important meetings. So thank you very much that you made the efforts, to be with us. And you have 20 minutes to try, to refer to the point which would I state in the following question. What actions should be taken in different areas of European Union to redirect its way to community of European nations so that to ensure the unity and social and economic solidarity? So, Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate, and thank you for allowing me to share a few thoughts with you. Actually, I was sitting for several years while being in the Senate of Romania and Secretary of the Senate. I was sitting also in the Council of Europe Assembly. And ever since then, in the last 2 terms, I've been on NATO. So I'm pretty much aware of the security side and plus the European Union deals in the last many years. Actually, one of the concerns that we all have is how we do in order to have a better European Union, how we do in order to have a more cohesive union, and what's our role in doing all those things in order to have a stronger European Union. And of course, for different countries, things look different. From the Romanian perspective, the accession into EU was a good thing, a very good thing, because we were at the edge of Europe. We were kind of on the side in the gray area, and many of the Romanians were looking into that as a higher standard and also as a good life. So at that point, it was a big desire of all the Romanians to get in EU. And of course, there were many things that were happening, because at the time of accession, we were able to meet some communitary IQ, and we were able to raise our standards on all the different areas we were dealing with. And so ever since then, there were many things that were happening in the good side, and there was more prosperity. The people were traveling easy. It was easier to do commerce and many other things. But as soon as things have been getting in the last several years, Of course, we realize that there are several things that are not functioning in the way we would like to, and one of that is bureaucracy, and the other one is reglementation and normatives in the areas where EU should not do normatives. And here I'm dealing and mainly want to point in the areas of pro-life and pro-values issues. Maybe one of the most concerning point is that not only regarding with EU, but also on the global side. But as soon as you put normatives in the areas of pro-life and pro-value areas, there are many debates on the ethic field. One of the examples that I want to give you here, it's a huge debate where we had a big fight for over 1 year in the Council of Europe in regard with surrogacy, for example. Just to give you an example, where the Vice Prime Minister right now, I understand, of Belgium, Pietra de Sutter, Dr. Pietra de Sutter, she introduced a bill into the Council in order to accept, to normate the surrogacy. I was fighting with some other colleagues from England, from some other countries against that. Big fight in the Council of Europe with protests in Paris, with huge debates in Strasbourg and in Brussels. And finally, we were winning after, again, huge debates and very tough ones, with one vote in the Council. But the whole issue was on the ethics side. So I think the initial thought of having a commercial union in as a EU, the initial thought of having something that will work together, it was a good thing. But I think this personal identity of every single country should be kept the way it is and should not interfere with the spiritual values and kind of a more cultural values of each identity. Here is the problem. We don't want a universal plant, we want a local flower. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind. And I think it's very, very important to preserve this identity. In my opinion, I think it's very important to fight for that. And in my opinion, it's also very bad for EU to lose UK from the system, because UK was a equilibrium country, and they should have fight more for changing the bureaucracy and changing the system than to quit. Of course, in long term, maybe it will be much better for them, but they left us, at least small countries like Romania or other countries, in a very complex situation to be able to change. And I want to add two more things here. I think it's I'm dealing with foreign affairs for many years, and I'm the vice president of the part on my party and also on the parliament. So I think it's fairly complicated to talk about a common foreign affairs, okay, and impossible to talk about army of EU, because that's something, in my opinion, that it doesn't work very soon. You know, as soon as US is putting almost 70% out of the budget to defend the EU, and we are not able as a EU member states to take a common decision on the foreign affairs, it will be impossible to have a defense system by ourselves, at least in the next few years. So there are many issues that we realize that should be changed. And one more thing I want to add before I will end my intervention here is that all this political correctness have been destroyed our leadership. And the biggest problem with the political correctness that was very much pressed into the EU countries, at least in Eastern European countries, we very much felt that in the last few years. It was that it didn't matter if it's a member of a party or another one. from left and right, they all had to speak the same thing, because they were criticized otherwise. This creates a very leveling type of discourse. A leveling type of discourse creates a weak leadership, at least in appearance, okay, because they don't dare to say anything. So if you look right now, you pretty much don't have strong leaders that will take good decision and very courageous decisions. So I think here we stand right now with weak leadership at the level of EU, with a lot of ethical issues. Here and there, they try to normate things that are impossible to even talk about them because we have ethical issues that they are not resolved. And here and there, we try to dream of big things like having our defense in the position that we cannot have even a common declaration of the foreign affairs. So I think there are so many things that we have to talk about creating this cohesion. But the main and important thing is, because we live in a postmodern situation, the main and when my truth is my truth, your truth is your truth, where my good is my good, your good is your good. But in this context, I think the best and most important thing is to preserve our own identity and to kind of not leveling that, because if EU with the whole bureaucratic system will try to level this identity, then the reactions from different countries, we see right now Poland, and congratulate them for doing that, and we see Hungary and some other countries that dare to kind of have the courage to fight against this type of attitude. I think that will be more and more, and the frustration of the population will be on a much higher level. So my opinion is that there are many things to fight for, at least in the level of EU context, and mainly to preserve our own values and to fight for them, and to not let bureaucratic systems to level them. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. Yeah, thank you that in that you're very, a busy time, you just get for us the opportunity to listen to you. And yeah, so we are basically, I know that you have a just time up to 6 p.m., right?
Yeah, thank you so much. I had a talk show on the interview, and I have to get on another TV very soon. But I'm very happy and look forward to next meetings when I will spare more time to be with you.
Yes, Professor, you are invited to the next debate in the series of 12 debates we plan on the 20th of March.
Yeah, I have to schedule them.
So you are invited, and 20th of March is exactly on Saturday, 4 p.m. up to 8 p.m. So this is very easy to remember. So of course, this is the message to all, people who are just viewing and listening us in internet. As I said, there is a kind of estimated number of viewers, is a few thousand people. And Professor, congratulations, because, some media in Romania is broadcasting our debate as well. Good. So this is a great country. I was in Romania. I just, was invited as a speaker to the summit in Bucharest, summit of basically Freezes summit, where was very well organized part related to the talk and discussing about the business and the economics. So I really appreciate the time I spent in Bucharest. So nice greetings to all of your, people from your cycles, and be some kind to promote that debate. And just we would like to, integrate more and more people around all Europe. So thank you very much indeed for your contribution. And the next person, so you like to say, add something more, please?
No, I just want to thank all of you and look forward to receive maybe a link with all the discussion, because you are recording that. So I would like to watch it in my spare time, and wish you all God's blessed in what you do, and hope to see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. So we wave you with a hand, right? Good luck. Talk to you soon. So next, our speaker is Dr. Philip Ludwin, and he is a scientific and he's a lawyer, and his scientific and professional interest mainly concerns the history of political and legal ideas, political system theory, civil society, and constitutional law. And in his research work, he also dealt with the principle of the separation of powers, the issue of the sovereignty of the people, the ideological foundation of the European Union integration. And are you with us, Dr. Philip Ludwin? Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, and I'm ready.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like, add additionally that Dr. Philip Ludwin is a co-author of a very interesting, book, which presents analysis about the ideology of Altiero Spinelli, very dangerous ideology. And we would like, to just ask you or try to present, how is that about superstate of Spinelli, versus Community of European Nations by Schuman. This kind, floor is yours, and you have around, in this part, 15 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Krysiak. Thank you very much for inviting me and introducing me. It is a great honor for me to be here, for me and for the institution which I represent, that is the Ordo Iuris Institute. So, in my short speech, I'm going to describe shortly the concept of European integration presented by Altiero Spinelli and Eugenio Rossi in the Ventotene Manifesto 80 years ago. I'm going to highlight a general idea elaborated in this document. However, firstly, I'd like to explain why the Ventotene Manifesto is so important for our debate and for understanding a current state of the European Union. The answer, in my opinion, is as follows. It seems that the main trend in a current process, the main trend of current process of integration, of European integration, has a lot in common with the concept of Europe presented in the Ventotene Manifesto. Therefore, in my opinion, the Ventotene Manifesto can give us some fruitful insights explaining, at least partially, the current state of the European Union. In addition, of course, knowing the manifesto allows us to show the important differences between this concept of united Europe and the Schuman idea. As for the Manifesto for a Free and United Europe, this is a full title of this document. In other words, we can name it the Ventotene Manifesto, the short name. The manifesto was written from 1941 to 1942 by two Italian communists, Altiero Spinelli and Ernesto Rossi, on the island of Ventotene in Italy, where they were under house arrest. The manifesto contains a diagnosis of the political situation in Europe at this time, discusses the main causes of the international, social, political, and humanitarian catastrophe, and formulates some proposals for solving the crisis of Europe during the Second World War. The manifesto consists of three parts. The first one is entitled Crisis of Contemporary Civilization. The second one, task of the post-war period, unity of Europe. And the third one, tasks of the post-war period, the reform of society. The part one identifies the three main causes of the pan-European political and cultural crisis that culminated in the tragedy of 2 world wars. Part two outlines the postulated political measures to be implemented after the end of the Second World War. Part three, in turn, contains some guidelines for the shaping of the post-war economic order, as well as discusses the details of the implementation of the proposed changes and reforms. The main thesis of the manifesto says that the most significant cause of the European collapse in the first half of the 20th century is the existence of sovereign nation-states. Nation-states have their own particular interests, often conflicting. Nation-states sometimes rival and compete with each other. This mutual rivalry leads to militarization and ultimately to global war. What is important, what should be underlined here, is the fact that, according to Spinelli and Rossi, this interdependence, this causal relation is necessary and not merely the result of the circumstances of a particular time and place. The solution to this state of affairs is to abolish the sovereignty of individual European nation states and to merge them into a multinational European federation. It allows to stop a rise of conflicts and wars in Europe. It allows to guarantee peace and stability in Europe. This is a general overview of the concept of Spinelli and Rossi. Additionally, in order to give full expression to the Enlightenment ideal of humanity, the new federal political organism should have a social and interventionist character in its economic dimension. The success of the pan-European transformation, in turn, requires close international cooperation between progressive circles in European societies and the use of appropriate propaganda measures used in a continental scale. The political project proposed by Spinelli and Rossi is, or at least seems to be, enrooted in a more general and dialectical nature of the historical process, especially visible in the modern age. The problem of the modern age, to which the authors of the Ventotene Manifesto draw attention, is paradoxically the fact that, on the one hand, modernity gives us the general principle of freedom, perceived as an individual autonomy, and initially creates such constitutional, legal, and social institutions which are supposed to make that freedom effective. Such institutions, according to Spinelli, main institutions, are the right of people to self-determination, political equality, and intellectual freedom. All of them were at first an expression of progress and liberation, but eventually they became a contradiction of these aims originally underlying them. Spinelli and Rossi believe that the deformations of these three political and legal institutions are the main causes of the European crisis and of the tragic human condition in the first half of the 20th century. Spinelli and Rossi note that initially the idea of sovereign states was a progressive doctrine, progressive idea. It helped to sort out a number of internal difficulties of European states, overcame narrow local particularism, improved trade and communication, promoted the development of education and the progress of civilization. It has also enabled nations and their states to more effectively resist the aggressive policies of invaders, and generally the nation states look after their interests in the international area more effectively. It must be added, however, that what was good in the process of the formation of modern nation states was the integrative nature of this process. This is clear, especially when we take a look, like Spinelli and Rossi do, when we take a look at the Italian unification context. Spinelli and Rossi were Italian authors. So this perspective, this Italian perspective, is entirely understandable for them. This context is the Risorgimento process, occurred in the 19th century. The multitude of small countries of the Apennine Peninsula was altered by a new single state, that is, modern United Italy, which can be perceived from the perspective of the former independent Italian state as a kind of international organism. Then, if the advantages of the awakening of national consciousness ultimately boil down to their integrating value, then an understandable consequence of it is a postulate which says that the unification process should also include these states that are geographically and culturally more distant from one another. The integration began in Italy, but it should be broadened to the whole Europe, according to Spinelli and Rossi, of course. However, this has not happened in the first half of the 20th century. Sovereign nation states fell into a rivalry that was devastating them. In order to meet the demands of this rivalry, the states had to increasingly militarize their own societies and subordinate their internal politics to war aims. The state no longer protected the freedom of individuals and did not give them the freedom to determine the goals of their individual lives. The state turned citizens into soldiers and subjects of the abstract will of the nation. The nation, initially a natural ethnic and cultural community, became in fact a divine entity, an organism focused on its own existence and development, without looking at the damage that might be done to others, writes Spinelli and Rossi in the manifesto. Obviously, totalitarian states were best prepared for this new situation. They were characterized by the highest degree of militarization and social discipline, which in turn additionally fueled the international military race with their expansionist external policy. Non-totalitarian states, in order to be able to defend themselves, had to strongly increase the degree of internal militarization. Consequently, democratic states were becoming more and more totalitarian. If this process were not stopped, eventually all states would have to become totalitarian. The manifesto main conclusion is clear. The main principle granting every nation the right to have its own sovereign state must be abolished, because this will stop international rivalry between nations. At the same time, it will stop the rise of totalitarianism in European states, and as a result, it will protect human freedoms. So, now we can make a question. Can we then accept that a pacifist internationalist solution that is worldwide, or at least pan-European federation, provides a final and effective solution to the problems that occurred in the first half of the 20th century? In my opinion, not entirely. In part, one can agree that replacing the multitude of sovereign states with a single federal state can indeed eliminate warlike threats to human life and liberty from other states. However, some essential dangers to individual liberty still remain real. The immense and centralized power of the multinational federation is still a possible danger for individual liberty. After all, the power of the state, of this supranational state, can still dominate a citizen's life, even if it were this power, it were the only one in the world. In fact, there is no guarantee that this kind of power and authorities would be limited. In fact, there is no, yes, in fact, one might even suppose that this supranational power would be rather omnipotent. This danger is especially visible when we take into account a way of introducing the new European federal order recommended by Spinelli and Rossi. According to these two authors, the European revolution is to be carried out quickly and top-down by members of the unification movement, not by democratic means. Democracy is not a system that allows for such rapid changes. Democracy only works under conditions of social and economic stability. A democratic system is useless when general and systemic changes need to be made. In general, the people do not know what their real and legitimate interests are. Spinelli and Rossi explicitly write that the people have fundamental needs which they wish to satisfy, but they do not see clearly how to satisfy them, how to act. It has thousands of slogans in its ears. With millions of heads, it is unable to orient itself, but disintegrates into many parties fighting each other. Therefore, only the enlightened representatives of the Revolutionary Party are able to discover the real needs of the people and know what needs to be done in the conditions of post-war Europe. Spinelli and Rossi write, the source of vision and certainty about the rightness of this course of action does not come from the will of the people. After all, it does not yet exist. But it comes, this vision, this truth, it comes from the awareness of representing the deepest needs of contemporary society. The first rule for the new order will be issued. The unformed masses will receive the first social structures. The dictatorship of the Revolutionary Party will create a new state and around it a new, true democracy. The Revolutionary Party is to be composed of members absolutely devoted to the idea of unification, able to devote themselves to the struggle for the case, even if revolutionary activity were to be declared illegal. In addition to the general orientation of European policy towards federalization, the party is to carry out extensive propaganda activity addressed mainly to workers and intellectuals. In general, these two social groups are to be the pillars of the revolutionary pan-European party. The Ventotene Manifesto, however, does not say much about how a united Europe is to function in the future. Spinelli and Rossi merely indicate that the future united Europe is to be democratic, based on a system of just government, judicial independence, freedom of speech, thought, and so forth. Individual freedom is to be guaranteed. Human rights are to be universal. The questions remain unresolved. However, we can make a question how this new supranational federation will behave if some of its citizens undermine the integration direction in the future. How will the pan-European federation behave when some of its autonomous parts, former nation states, question the limits of their autonomy? These questions are not answered by the manifesto. Apart of that, the main problem of the Ventotene Manifesto is its very general and simplistic nature. All the involved data are very limited and selective. For example, Spinelli and Rossi see the problem of the nation-state exclusively through the modern Italian and German history. When Spinelli and Rossi write about the evolution of the concept of nation, from unification to fascism to totalitarianism, it is clear that they are referring to the experiences of Italians and Germans. However, this confirms the very limited nature of their analysis, which cannot, for this reason, be unreflectively extrapolated to all cases of the history of modern nations. The authors of the manifesto do not notice this and treat their findings as universal and necessary ones. However, in fact, they actually refer to certain phenomena occurring in certain circumstances of a given time and place. After all, most European countries in the first half of the 20th century did not experience such problem transformations and revolution that occurred in Germany or Italy. Finally, it is worth asking how the federalist concept of the Ventotene Manifesto can be perceived on the general background of the integration ideas formulated in the first half of the 20th century. Spinelli and Rossi were not, after all, the only authors who support the European integration in that time. In fact, Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, half Austrian, half Japanese, who published his manifesto Pan-Europe in 1923, can be regarded as the first proponent of the unification of the states, or unification of the states of the old continent in the 20th century. His work, Pan-Europe, presents a vision of an integrated Europe which, following the example of the United States, benefits from mutual cooperation of initially separate political organisms. And this cooperation is not weakened by local fragmentation and local conflicts of interest. Coudenhove-Kalergi does not limit himself to writing. He was also very active in the field of diplomacy. He was using his extensive international contacts and promotes the idea of unification. European federalism is also discussed by representatives of the personalist circle L'Ordre Nouveau with Emmanuel Mounier, Denis de Rougemont, or Alexandre Marc. Politicians interested in Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi's concept include such prominent persons as Aristide Briand, the French Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, and Winston Churchill, for example. Aristide Briand would supported European integration in his speech in 1929 to the League of Nations and in his 1930 memorandum, in which he stressed the need of introducing some quasi-federal bonds between European states. Winston Churchill, in turn, wrote an article in 1930 during his stay in the USA entitled The United States of Europe, in which he supported the idea of Pan-Europe. Of course, Churchill added, however, that Great Britain should not belong to the Pan-European political federation. Great Britain should have friendly relations with Pan-Europe, but separately, this country should shape the unity of the states of the English-speaking world. The demand for the creation of a United States of Europe was repeated by Churchill, of course, in his famous speech in Zurich, Switzerland, on 19th September 1946. In 1949, with the active participation of Joseph Ratzinger, the Hague Congress was convened, resulting in the creation of the Council of Europe. Many prominent politicians of different nationalities and political preferences advocated European integration in this time. For example, Robert Schuman, Jean Monnet, Konrad Adenauer, Alcide de Gasperi, Carlos Forza, or Paul-Henri Spaak. In the 1950s, the theory of European integration was already be put into practice. In 1950, the Schuman Plan is presented. The European Coal and Steel Community is created. In 1952, French Prime Minister René Pleven presented the plan of the creation of European Defence Community with its own pan-European armed forces. However, as we know, this political project eventually fails. The Paul-Henri Spaak report was presented in the second half of the 1950s. It is the beginning of economic integration and the creation of the European Economic Community and the European Atomic Energy Community. By the way, it is strange that the Italian authors, Spinelli and Rossi, do not refer to any of the other concepts of integration, of European integration, such as those presented by Coudenhove-Kalergi, Briand, Churchill, or Lord Nouveau-Sirleau, which were already known in pre-war Europe. The Ventotene Manifesto, on the other hand, draws attention to itself for its radicalism, especially when we take into account the methods of establishing a new federal political order. Revolution, not reform. Dictatorship of the party, of the pan-European party, not democracy. Propaganda, not debate, not free speech. Therefore, Spinelli's concept is characterized as an example of radical federalism. In an unquestionable way, the manifesto also links the idea of integration with the doctrine of welfare state and interventionist policies in general. We remember Spinelli and Rossi were the members of Italian communist movement. So the influence of Marxist doctrine, Marxist communist idea are very visible in this document. They want to connect, to merge an idea of integration with some principles of Marxist thought. However, such a link is by no means necessary. The evidence is other integration projects are the best examples. That this connection is not mandatory, of course. In my opinion, first of all, we should pay our attention on these concepts of integration that involves a broad cultural context of the issue. For instance, Schuman's philosophy of integration seems to be much more complex and plausible than the Ventotene proposal. To sum up, I can say that the main weakness of Spinelli and Rossi's manifesto is its very simplistic and very general character. The issues raised in the manifesto are often linked together in a very loose manner. The general conclusions do not at all appear to be the logical outcome of the presented involved argumentations. As I previously pointed out, the mere abolition of nation sovereign states does not necessarily guarantee the solution of the social and political problems that occur in Europe in the first half of 20th century. And in my opinion, this is the most important weakness of the Ventotene manifesto. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask for response, Professor David Reichert. We, notice in the speech of Dr. Philip Ludwin, very black picture. If we would follow, the Spinelli way towards the superstate, it seems to be even more dangerous than I expected. So, Professor David Reichert, what do you think? Do you share that opinion that this is a very, dangerous, and on the other hand, it should be a challenge for us to stop this way and to really be more active on the way proposed by the Schuman? Be so kind to respond, please.
Yes, and I appreciate the speech by my colleague, and I believe that he's really correct on a lot of the points there. I think that the Spinelli definitely, I understand my history. Spinelli started out very much a communist, a socialist, and he kind of evolved over time so that toward the end of his life, he was more accepting of a middle way. But still, I think we can see that it's a gross departure from the Schuman ideal of the community of nations, which we want to get to. And in my talk, in just a few minutes, I'm going to be speaking about some reforms that perhaps we can consider as to how to get back to a community of nations approach. Thank you.
Thank you. So you will speak about that proposals later on, yes?
Yes, I will, for sure.
Yes. Thank you very much. So in that,
or would you like me to mention them now?
Yes, definitely. Just mention, and we will have a time later on, to extend that. View. Mention now, please.
Yes. Well, in terms of, as an American, I often look to the American model for inspiration because I think it is a great model. It has been time tested, and it was very much tested, as we know, in January of this year when the protests at the U.S. Congress took place. But if I could say that I think that in terms of Schuman's community of nations concept, we can really see that there has been a bit of a failure in Europe, especially in relation to the nation state and the representation of the nation state in Brussels, at the expense of representation of the public, of the masses in direct voting on the one hand, or on the other hand, the representation of European elites. And of course, many people see it as an elite-driven project, not necessarily controlled by the nation states, but a European elite in Brussels. So inspired by the American model, just some quick proposals here. And these are not new proposals. They're proposals that are out there and can be accessed by everyone. But one of the proposals I find very attractive is merging the posts of the president of the Commission with the president of the European Council. The Lisbon Treaty, there's nothing in the Lisbon Treaty that's against this, the merging of the president of the Commission and the president of the Council. It would eliminate or prevent a rivalry between the two presidents, which now more or less can exist. It would also help to answer the question that Henry Kissinger had, when I want to call Europe, who do I call? Yeah, it would kind of crystallize the idea of a presidency, a European presidency. And finally, I think in terms of institutionalism, it would help European citizens to better understand the Union if they could visually see a president of the Union. So that would be one kind of initial reform. Other reforms could be, for example, the commissioners. Of course, we currently have 27 commissioners with each with their own portfolio area. And one of the big problems, of course, is that these portfolio areas are rather controversial in the context of Schuman's community of nations. And I think we have seen that recently, of course, in Poland with the LGBT zones and the fact that the Commissioner for Gender Equality has gotten involved in that dispute. And I think going back to the community of nations idea would be good to limit the number of commissioners to only those with the portfolio areas that are critical and that reflect Schuman's original goals. Things like budget, competition, of course, consumer protection, energy, environment, and security and trade. But other than that, I think many of us agree that the European project has gone way beyond the bounds of anything Schuman could have imagined, and led to what he called the super egoism that I mentioned earlier. I'll give you an example. In the United States, we have a constitution, of course, and the Constitution tells the states that they can have any type of government they want as long as it's a republican form, any type of democracy, as long as it's a representative form. And how the states then go about structuring that is their own business. The only thing that states have to abide, they have to respect, of course, are the civil rights of minorities, racial minorities. And other than that, states are pretty much free to follow their own vision of the good life, as something I think, again, with the super egoism of Europe, we've gotten away from. I'll give you an example. In the United States, there is a Department of Education in Washington. Yeah, you would call it in Europe, you'd call that a Ministry of Education. With an education minister, we call it the Secretary of Education. But this department in the United States has absolutely no authority over state education, member state educational systems. That's up to the states of the United States. California has their educational system, Texas, New York, Florida. So basically, all it can do is recommend. Yeah. And I see really what's happening in Europe is very much of an overstep of authority in places that Schuman never imagined. We see in the United States what happens also when the center oversteps its authority. For example, with the decision in the early 1970s to legalize abortion for all, make it a fundamental right for all 50 states. And we see the mass protests and the litigation that has occurred because of that decision. Or we see, for example, the decision by the national government on same-sex marriage. So overstepping the bounds of propriety, I think, has been one of the big missteps of the European Union and has drifted us away from Schuman's vision. I'd just like to mention also maybe some possible reforms to the European Parliament. One of the big factors that I see happening not only in Europe but around the world, as we all know, is globalization. Well, one of the things that globalization has done, it has allowed localities to bypass their states and go directly to the center or to the globalized center. This has occurred for many factors that sociologists talk about, such as the new mobility in Europe, the social media that allows individuals to freely contact higher levels of authority and bypass their states. But we've basically seen this affect the European Parliament.
David, we lost your voice. We lost your voice.
You turn off your microphone, please.
Switch on your microphone.
Okay, so yeah, where did you lose me?
No, it's okay. Just go ahead. Okay. I mean, just two last sentences we lost.
Okay, so thank you so much. Yeah, well, again, the European Parliament reflects this globalization trend of localities, individuals bypassing their states for a globalized center. And I think we see this with the European Parliament, as we all know, in 1979, the Parliament, which had been more or less representing member states, had the great change for European citizen voting. And in addition to that, we suddenly saw that individuals mattered more than member states. Now, that continued to be the case also up until the 1990s, when Parliament got even more power for the people through its 1993 co-decision authority from the Treaty on European Union, or the Maastricht Treaty. Now, you might say, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with people power? And actually, there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes at the expense of the member states, of representing the interests of member states, we have to keep in mind that the interest of individuals is not always the same as the interests of the member states. And we know from history some terrible examples of people voting themselves into authoritarian situations, as with the National Socialists in the 1930s, or perhaps with the British and their vote on Brexit, the Brexit referendum. So it's not necessarily true that a more popular form of institutional decision-making is necessarily going to be in the interest of the member states. So how to solve that? Well, we can't go back on democracy. Nobody wants to do that with the parliament. But I think what we could do, we could go with the much discussed proposal of making the Council of the European Union into a European Senate, a real Senate. And this European Senate would be kind of US style, perhaps one vote per member state that would then be able to veto bills from the lower portion of Parliament. But this would be one way of returning back to more consideration for the nation state, for the member states, which I think Schuman had in mind in his community of the nations idea. And finally, I'll just add a policy recommendation or a policy reform. Well, we all know that one of the growing parts of the budget, if not the largest part of the budget, I have to check it, is the regional policy, or what's now known as the cohesion policy of the European Union. And it's basically a redistributive policy, financial redistribution, rewarding the poorer regions for basically being poor, and not directly tied to any real responsibility of those regions to reform in meaningful ways. Now we can debate that, but I think a real reform would reform this cohesion policy to make those regions more responsible if they're going to get those funds. Perhaps, right now we've got 3 objective areas, perhaps merging those objective areas to just those of the poorest of the poor who pledge to reform, and also who have the backing of their member states for co-funding for whatever cohesion structural funds come their way. So those are just some very quick proposals, which I think are nothing new. I think we've all heard those before, but which I think might go a little bit toward returning the European project back toward the community of nations which Schuman had in mind. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor, for very fruitful and great many ideas. So we just put down that, and we will basically work on that to consider and to, in the future, writing a report as some of your proposals as recommendations. So now we like to ask for a short talk, the Dr. Eva Salkiewicz Munrelin, and she was a Polish diplomat working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 1991 to 2018, and she was appointed to the charge d'affaires at the Polish Embassy to the Holy See from 1993 to 1994, and yes, she was awards. She served as a Polish consul at the Consular Division of the Polish Embassy in Washington, and she currently taught diplomatic protocol and savoir-faire at the Academy. So, Dr. Eva Salkiewicz, be so kind, just to refer to the following question, please. What legal mechanism existing in the European Union should be changed to make more space for community, community spirit community? So the floor is yours, and we dedicated for your speech at this time just not more than 10 minutes, and you will have an opportunity to speak more later on. The floor is yours. Welcome. Switch on your microphone, please. Once again, switch on.
I switch on.
Yes, now it's okay.
Now it's okay?
Yes, now it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So the question was, what legal mechanism existing in the EU should be changed to make more space to community spirit? First of all, it's a question which should be replied knowing that we have this community spirit. In my opinion, unfortunately, I don't see it. I tell you why. In order to have the community spirit, which I understand as a common value to work together and solidarity, all nations should be sure and convinced that they are working in the same direction. As we know, EU is composed of states. I can give you an example of the small community, not EU, but small community, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we had the trade union group calling Solidarity, and there were only 40 members. Now, as you mentioned about the young people, of course, it is important because they will continue our work. But when we were asking, would you like to join this union in order to fight for the rights of other young people at the ministry, they say we are not interested at all. Why? Because what do we have from it? We have nothing from it. And of course, it will not help us. And I'm speaking this based myself on 27 years of experience. So this is a life of the young person who starts the work. The same experience I had with my students, because my specialty is international public law. In the time of the specialization, the people speak about everything, but of course we only can know well, not very well, some part of something. So when I say I teach international law, I cannot say I know the whole international law, but some kind of specialization. In my field, it will be peaceful settlement of disputes or diplomatic protocol. So also I was teaching the sources of EU law. And during my lectures, the students, they had no idea even what kind of institutions are at the EU. So how we can say about the community spirit? Of course, now there is a time to find it eventually, because we are in the time of the COVID pandemic. And even at that very dangerous time, we see that the countries are not united. That, of course, there was a guidelines, we buy the vaccine and so on. But after we see that some other countries, they were also looking for other possibilities without informing the other member states. I absolutely agree with my predecessor from Romania, who just left maybe, who was saying that this is a really very big loss of the Great Britain, because I understand that this country, although is on island and so on, but this is the European country. Now, since we have already this loss, we should really find, because the idea is wonderful, but how to make a new impulse for the states that they cooperate. I think in order to do so, we have to have a common basis, like a core of rights or important things for every country of the EU. At the beginning, the Schuman thought it was, let's say, the Christianity, the common value. But actually, we know that, of course, many countries, they did not accept these Christian roots in the EU constitution. And that is why, actually, of course, it is not rooted in the constitution. All right. Now I am, because I was at the Holy See, as you mentioned before, and now I just finished the book about this problem. And actually, many people speak about something or fake news without exactly showing the proof or the source from what they are talking about. When I was, after finishing my mission, I went in 2011 to Rome, and I had a lecture at the university there, international law, and I wanted to meet, because already I had an idea to write this book, which I'm about to finish. I can send you in PDF the book. Anyhow, I met the person who at that time was Under Secretary of State, let's say like our Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ettore Balestrero, and I asked him exactly how it was, because he was working with our Pope until his death at that time, how the Pope saw the role of Poland in the European integration. And I just make a quotation what he told me, and I 3 times or 4 times explained with him if it is exactly what really he wanted to say. So he said, the Pope saw the role of Poland as a strong country with a deeply rooted Christian identity, which could cooperate significantly to develop the above-mentioned process in line with its identity. And I think it's a basis for so-called renewal of the EU. Because here we can talk, we can speak as much as we want, and it will not give us any conclusion. Why? Because each country is different at the EU, and we could see with the different moral problems, I don't want to mention this because it's very controversial, or we can say even about this pandemic without speaking about illegal immigrants and so on. But if we have some basis, and in most the European countries was a Christianism, but let's say religion as such. I'm not saying that we should create a secular country like in Iran or something like that, of course not. But of course, we could take the common roots of the countries which are composed of the EU in order to find the basis for this community spirit. Because how community spirit can work if the spirit does not exist? Now exists a spirit of money, and mostly the new accepted country to the EU. Why the polls says yes, the majority of the populations are for the integrity with the EU. They even don't know how the EU works, but they want to be there because for them it means money. They get a lot of money, and of course poorer the country is, more it gets. And this is the only, let's say, community entre parenthèses spirit. So in my opinion, this is very critical point, because or we reform these institutions, or it will become like the UN. The United Nations, everybody criticizes it, but it exists. Why? Because better than nothing. Yes, better than make war, just to speak 100 times about the same questions, about the Security Council and so on. As we know, it should be the amendment of the Charter, like now we are talking about maybe new instruments of the EU. But what amendment? The countries, they have no interest in amending the Charter. Now, if the European law, EU law, is a part of the international law, so of course it should be based on these sources of this law. And one of the main sources of the international law, it's a customary international law and some kind of the core law from which there is no derogation, like for example, use Cogens. So this is a question that it cannot be explained in 10 minutes because there are many aspects. There are legal aspects, there are spiritual aspects, there are economic aspects and many others. So in other part of my presentation, I mean 10 minutes later on in half an hour, I will speak about this Schuman legs or diplomatic, what it should be changed, mentioning about the new policy instrument, because in my opinion, there are enough policy instruments in the EU, only they are not well applied, or some countries, they don't want them to be applied, or they are regulations which were established ultra-wires. And that's the problem. So this is only some problems I mentioned, because it cannot be explained in 10 minutes, but I hope that we can discuss some arguments or aspects with other participants who agree or disagree. But this is some kind of the brainstorming, because otherwise it cannot be presented. It's a very large and, for me, unrealistic question. Thank you.
Yeah, we say sometimes we do not have problems, we have issues, and we get a challenge to, try to solve this issue. So just,
yes,
let's rephrase in that way. So now, Mr. Marcin Jeziorny, just you have 3 minutes, and he's a kind of a representative of people in Europe, let's say in that way. He collaborated with the University of Pennsylvania, and he took part in the International Summer School in the European Parliament and the NATO headquarters. So, Mr. Marcin, 3 minutes, just what is the perception of the people in Europe on needed changes of the current European Union model? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. It's nice to be here. Yes, about my topic, what I can say, we need to connect those definitions. I mean, participations and also people's need. I've based my research on European Committee of Regions data, and what I have to say is that overall, almost 80% of the people who has been surveyed replied that 5 areas in which they said we need to see more EU solidarity, for example, reducing inequalities, handling minority flows, responding to the financial crisis, accepting diversities, managing climate change. What I want to say is that for these 3 minutes, that ideology of the European Union is is a bad way of the perspective of the countries of the member states, because ideology will not provide for us the wealth, will not provide the needs, fulfill our needs. I completely agree with the Professor Reichert about focusing of the economy. Unfortunately, that economy has been a little bit forgotten by the European Union. They are focusing on the needs. What we need to know is the call of reduce inequalities between regions, the call to reduce in those inequalities between the regions, emphasize the need of reinforced cohesion policy. This is the policy that directs funding towards. What I read about the perceptions, people are in need to fulfill their needs. This is the symbiosis system. So we need to know how to fulfill those needs. So those 5 aspects, what I've mentioned, responding for the financial crisis, also has to be fulfilled by all member states. This is what I can say. This is the problem that the European Union focus only on the ideology these days. So that's the wrong way. We need to focus on the wealth, on the economic, on the growth, and on the perception of the future, on the science. To be honest, I'm connected with the science as well. So what I can say at the conclusion of my speech is that European Union also forgotten the scientific research the level of the budget what we spend for the scientific research is it's getting lower every year. Unfortunately, those funds are spending to the ideologies like LGBT, like Professor Reichert said, and also other ideological things. So we need to change this now. So thank you very much for the voice, and I hope to join you in the future as well.
Thanks a lot, indicating your some certain ideas as a perception of a people in Europe, and this you share this basically survey you did. It's very concrete. So now I would like to once again ask Professor Carlos Ruiz Miguel for kind of a short summary. This was the second block of our debate, and be some kind just very shortly to get some summary out of that speakers which were between your first intervention up to that point. Just a few minutes. Go ahead. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that the presentations that have been made show very, very interesting questions. I have been very, very interested about the presentation of Professor Ludwig on the Spinelli and Rossi manifesto. Certainly, it is a very, very appalling project when we realize that this nearly contemporary to the Schuman project. In some way, well, I don't know exactly, but in some way it seems that Schuman made its proposal, of course, not only, but also as a response to the project of Spinelli and Rossi, like there is another way to fulfill a European Union without destroying the nations as Spinelli intended to do. I have been also listening very carefully to Ambassador Sarkiewicz's presentation, and well, she made a comparison with the European Union and the United Nations, which in some way it's true, but also we should reflect that, yes, of course, the United Nations is very criticized, but the UN is there, as the European Union is very criticized, but is there. But let us not forget who is profiting from the present form of the United Nations and who is profiting from the present form of the European Union. Of course, both organizations are there. They are not dead. Some people should think, no, they are dead, they are useless. No, of course they are not useless. They are not dead. But maybe those organizations are not profiting the countries that should be protected by those organizations when those organizations were created. So, of course, they are not dead, but this does not mean that those organizations did not fail. So maybe we should take a look about this perspective. A living organization is not necessarily a successful organization if we take a look to the objective, the original objective of those organizations. So there are some just and if we connect this with the Spinelli and Schuman projects, well, my last reflection is that the European Union, the European communities were born under the Schuman spirit, but it seems that they are now guided by the Spinelli spirit, which is a very, very interesting transformation about what is happening in the European Union.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. I know you announced me before the debate that you are limited in time, but I'm happy you stay so long today. And of course, I mean, if you are able, just stay with us up to the very end. So really, this is a good contribution of yours to that debate. And next week, go to the next block, of our debate. And I am really very happy to have so great speakers today. Really, that's great speaker. The next great speaker we are facing is Dr. Klaus Wittmann, and is a brigadier general. And he performed job on political military position in German Ministry of Defense and at NATO headquarters, and position in the higher military education. And he was closely involved in the creation of the NATO's 1991 and 1999 strategic concept. So we are very glad, Dr. Klaus Wittmann, that you are with us here today, and we prepared a challenge for you. The challenge is just, the question. The question is following: what and how the security and defense aspects may affect different models of future Europe? Thanks that you are stay with us, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And since I am not a law professor, but a simple soldier, I will try to be very practical. Also, I have to add to the very kind introduction that you made, that I was not only in military politics, but I was also for 3.5 years the commander of an armored brigade. So there is also mud on my boots. Now, we are talking today about two paradigmatic and opposed models for Europe. It is obvious that either has implication for Europe's, that is the European Union's, security and defense policy. That is the aspect which I have proposed to discuss in my 15 or 20 minutes. Let me start with a few basics. Since the failed European Defence Union in 1953, there have been continual considerations about the EU needing to become an actor in that field. Remember the Western European Union's attempts for its revival, for instance with the WEU Platform on European Security Interests in 1987. And to amuse you, at that time I met the WEU Secretary General, Wim van Ekelen, who will be 90 next month. And I asked him with somewhat exaggerated reverence, "Sir, now that the WEU has a platform, when will the train come?" It was not until the European Union's powerlessness experience in the Western Balkans in the 90s that it started to get its act together by initiating the European Security and Defense Policy, the ESDP, as part of the Common Foreign and Security Policy, the CFSP, creating instruments such as a Security Policy Council, a military committee and a military staff, developing very ambitious force goals and agreeing in 2003 the European Security Strategy under the title A Secure Europe in a Better World, which in 2016 was replaced by the Global Strategy for the European Union's Foreign and Security Policy, a document that is, by the way, 3 times longer. The EU has also since undertaken a number of operations, civilian or mixed civilian military, building on the EU's so-called comparative advantage of having at its disposal a more inclusive approach and a broader array of instruments than NATO, such as aid programs, neighborhood policies, development funds, support for state of law and security sector reform, etc., plus the military tools it is developing. There were also some military operations at the lower end of the spectrum. For most EU member states still regard NATO as the organization of first choice in a security crisis and do not think that in the near future the EU will be able to defend Europe or replace the US and the US nuclear umbrella. At the same time, it is clear that the European Union will have to take greater responsibility for the security of the European continent and its periphery. However, the insistence on strategic autonomy for the EU, emphasized particularly by France, gives rise to misunderstandings and is interpreted by many as an expression of unrealistic ambition. Against that background, what would be the implications of the 2 models? Following the Schuman quotes, which inform the approach of this debate project, those would be, on the one hand, merging member states to create a federalist, even centralist superstate, which Schuman refuses and would probably regard as an exaggeration of the aim to create an ever closer union. And on the other hand, retaining the diversity of the member states as a positive historical reality. These 2 opposed models are, of course, paradigmatic, idealtypisch, as we say in German. I believe that the truth lies in the middle, and the development of European unity is a process. But what either of the 2 models would signify for security and defense is easy to explain. Diversity would mean continuation of a more or less intense cooperation in the military and armaments fields. A unified European state would require a communitarization of military forces in a European army. And you are certainly aware that this is being proclaimed as a goal by a number of politicians. I happen to believe that European army is a nice vision for a quite distant future. Therefore, meanwhile, we need concrete, pragmatic steps for the improvement of cooperation, interoperability, and partial integration of the member states' armed forces, for harmonization of doctrines and material, for smarter use of defense budgets, and for collaboration among the defense industries to overcome narrow national interests in that field. However, for those pragmatic, concrete efforts to move into the right direction, I find it necessary to reflect more about the vision as a constructive, illustrative, and guiding idea. The first thought, though banal, is that a European army would not be created by a sole political decision and then be activated in a solemn line-up in Brussels. It would stand at the end, be a result of a long process composed of individual developments. Those who proclaim the objective of such unified armed forces need to think about just how long that process would take. Secondly, they are probably not aware of the necessary degree of surrendering national sovereignty that a European army would require. The introduction of the common currency, the euro, was harmless in comparison. Sending soldiers into combat, into harm's way, as it is often expressed, is a decision that the nation state will not hand over to a joint European instance for a long time to come. In practice, we see that assignation to NATO and subordination under NATO command does not mean that national governments and parliaments, for that matter, abdicate their responsibility. And in Afghanistan, it was for a long time one of the hindrances for multinational operations that the participating forces had different rules of engagement. It sometimes even happened that a national commander, instead of expeditiously executing an ISAF order, phoned back to his national authorities to get confirmation, or what is more, to lever out the directive. In principle, what is missing is a thorough reflection of the preconditions of more effective multinational military cooperation, let alone integration of member states' armed forces. Apart from the sovereignty issue, important differences in concepts, traditions, regulations, and priorities stand in the way of greater harmonization or communitarization of military capabilities and forces. Let me mention a few. In view of different perceptions and regional orientation, there is already the difficult task of forging a common understanding of threats, security challenges, and vulnerabilities. This would have to lead to strategic decisions about common geopolitical interests and priority regions for which Europeans should feel particularly responsible. Also, better agreement must be reached about the mix of instruments. Too often civilian and military tools are looked at in a dichotomic way, as if there was only either or. Attitudes on and approaches to the use of military force mark the most distinct and prominent characteristic of what is called the strategic culture of states. But in this context, the term culture requires operationalization, as it was convincingly performed in a research project with 28 case studies on strategic cultures in Europe, considering 27 EU members and Turkey. The analysis examined 4 dimensions: the level of ambition of the individual state in international security policy, its government's latitude of action, including the parliament's prerogative. Third, the foreign policy orientation, more European or more transatlantic. And fourth, the inclination to use military force easily or with great restraint. Mentioning these dimensions already indicates great differences in security policy as predominantly negotiation-oriented or mainly focused on deterrence, defense, and power projection. These differences, as well as tradition, history, and war experience, contribute to very different strategic cultures. And also the present security status. If you look at Germany, which after being the front state in the Cold War, is now tempted to be content with being surrounded only with friends and allies. The European security strategies call for, quote, a strategic culture that fosters early, rapid, and when necessary, robust intervention, end of quote, fits in with the orientation of only part of EU member states. Another difference regarding military and disciplinary law, leadership concepts, as well as soldiers' participation rights, I would expect Germany to want to imprint on a European army its very special views, which would certainly diverge from concepts of other nations with different traditions. For instance, has our experience with the abuse of military power by the criminal Nazi regime, including the so-called cadaver obedience, led to very distinct limitations in the Soldiers' Act of the authority to command and the duty to obey. Also, the right of soldiers to be members of a union or the institution of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Armed Forces would probably not find favor with all participants in an integrated European armed forces. A further field of potential tension or divergence is the prerogative of parliaments to legitimize the employment of armed forces, because this is organized very differently in the respective member states. It also concerns the relationship between the European Parliament and the national parliaments. Even in integration-friendly Germany, constitutional law experts hold that a European army, fully replacing the Bundeswehr, would be excluded by the German constitution. A principal aspect already mentioned before, core of the problem for many member states, is the question how much sovereignty and autonomy could be handed over to the European Union. This would be particularly problematic for France as a nuclear power. One practical aspect, pooling and sharing of military capabilities, is commonly understood as a means to save defense expenditure, but it must also be seen in its implication. If we think of commonly used capabilities, each country included in the sharing must be able to rely on the participation of all others, where then a given parliament would have no further say about the operation in question. If one nation refuses to participate, the capability as a whole is jeopardized. Think of the Libya crisis in 2011, where Germany's abstention in the UN Security Council already shocked the Allies, but even more the withdrawal of German personnel from the AWACS radar airplanes, which are an integrated NATO capability. About the discrepancies, one final, slightly sarcastic remark. We should not expect too quick progress with European integration in the military field, as long as there is constant fighting about the need for the EU to have at least a modest operations headquarters of its own, or as long as the European Union Security and Defence College, established in 2005, still cannot at all be compared with the NATO Defence College at Rome. Why is that? Because it has no home. Why? Because France and Germany were never able to find agreement on where to station it. So it is a roving college, as it were, euphemistically called a, quote, network between the institutes, colleges, academies, universities, and institutions within the European Union, end of quote. Now talking about concrete, pragmatic steps that were already taken over and above the ESDP, or now CSDP structural developments, I will not dwell on them, just mention a few. 2. The French-German Brigade, the Eurocorps, the German-Netherlands Corps, the Trinational Corps Northeast are NATO creations, but among Europeans, and there's also the mutual subordination of Dutch and German units. All those structures could also be made available for EU operations, and they certainly provide models for further steps towards integration. Pooling and sharing, equivalent to the Smart Defense Initiative in NATO, was already mentioned, but we will not see enormous progress in smarter spending, getting, as the Americans say, more bang for the buck, as long as in Europe we have dozens of competing combat vehicles, aircraft and ships. There are some cooperative armament projects, often hampered by national industrial interests and defense bureaucracy, and we have the Permanent Structures Cooperation, PESCO, established by the Council in December 2017. Introduced by the Lisbon Treaty on the European Union, PESCO is a framework and process to deepen defense cooperation between those EU member states who are capable and willing to do so. 25 EU member states have joined PESCO in order to invest, plan, develop, and operate defense capabilities together in different constellations within the European Union framework. By now, 47 projects are being developed in the context of PESCO, for which the respective participants have entered binding commitments. They cover areas such as training, facilities, land formations and systems, maritime, air, cyber, and joint enablers. My brief conclusions. Also in the field of security and defense policy, the ever closer union will continue to consist of nation states with their individual armed forces. Many more concrete steps are imaginable, but the European army will remain a vision for a long time to come. Also in this field, more reflection is required about the finality of Europe in light of the treaties of Rome and Paris, as well as of the Stuttgart Solemn Declaration on the European Union on June 1983. Quote, the heads of state or government, on the basis of an awareness of a common destiny and the wish to affirm the European identity, confirm their commitment to progress towards an ever closer union among the peoples and member states of the European community, end of quote. Merely quoting Robert Schuman's statements of aversion to a superstate is certainly not sufficient, particularly in the existential field of European and global security and the European Union's not just ambition but obligation to acquire the capability to act as a provider of global security. So, concrete steps, measures, developments and initiatives with the vision of the European Army, the guiding star, as it were, to give direction. Incidentally, taking into account all the qualifications I laid out, instead of the term European Army, I personally prefer Armed Forces for Europe. And I would find it important to harmonize the development of the new NATO strategic concept and the European Union's strategic compass as closely as possible. Both processes were launched last year, and it would be short-sighted to conduct them separately and in isolation. Thank you for your attention and your interest.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Wittmann, for your very interesting insight into that issues, because, you know, the security and defense, of course, not only for Europe, right, but for the global perspective are very important topics and issues. And yes, we need to discuss about that. And it was very important, I mean, a point of view from your side as a person who spent in military your whole life, and you contributed to the different strategic plans of NATO. So now I would like, you know, to ask for a speech Professor Pablo de la Fuente, he's a lecturer at the chair of Hispanic Affairs, Politics and International Relationships. And it's interesting, he was a commissioned officer in a Spanish army and went to serve in several NATO missions. So I think, Professor Pablo de la Fuente, you are very much indeed able to refer to the speech of Dr. Wittmann. And I would like just to put a question to you. How should the security and defense model be related to the model of the Community of European Nations, so that to create most efficient system ensuring the peace?
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Do you listen to me?
Yes, very well, Mr. Professor.
Well, I will start my exposition with a reflection that I call the trilemma of Eyskens, the former Prime Minister of Belgium, Marques Eyskens, said that Europe is an economic giant, a political dwarf, and a military worm. And for me, this is the main problem of the military defense for a common, for a community of European states. Because the problem nowadays of Europe is the NATO. Because the NATO is not this is not a structure in order to defend Europe. It's a structure created in 1949, since the Treaty of Washington, in order to defend mainly the interest of the United States. It's clear. The United States control, the British are inside, the Germans are down, and the Soviets rolling back. This is the origin of it. For me, the NATO lose all his sense after the final of the Cold War. At the moment that the former Soviet Union is not an enemy, the NATO has not any sense. And I analyze the question from my perspective of a Spaniard. No, for example, Spain, for example, has a complicated situation with Morocco, with the sovereignty of two Spanish cities in the North Africa and Melilla. And the NATO doesn't cover these two cities. Ceuta is 14 kilometers in the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar. My question is, if NATO doesn't protect the interest of Spain, why Spain must provide defense for countries like Latvia? Nowadays, the NATO doesn't protect the territory of Spain, but a battalion of Spanish forces are defending Latvia. A battery of missiles, Patriot, are defending Turkey. But in the case of an attack against the Spanish national territory, NATO doesn't cover our defense, our critical point of defense. And that's true. Some one of you can answer me, well, the territory of the African cities, in the Spanish African cities, is not inside of the Article 5 of the Treaty of Washington, but this is the resource of the Article 4. The Article 4 is every country can ask help of the other states for a problem in defense, no? But that's not true. The last experience when Spain has a serious problem, I remember in 2002 with the small island of Perejil, the NATO didn't do anything for protecting the interests of Spain. And well, I won't remember in 2017, the declarations of one Latvian Prime Minister of the cabinet, supporting the rebels of Catalonia. Spain provided a battalion and aircraft for defending the Baltic states, and this military war, that this is Latvia, can go against the national interest of one of the partners. For me, NATO is not a solution. The last intervention of NATO, well, I don't want to remember the intervention in Libya. I don't know what is the profit of the air operation in order to remove Gaddafi. I don't understand that. But for example, in the crisis of the former Yugoslavia, the point was the military occupation of the territory of Kosovo, and was the international mandate for the intervention of NATO. But inside this international mandate was not the terrorists, because the war finished with bombing Belgrade, the capital nowadays of Serbia, of the former Yugoslavia, was not inside of the mandate of the international community. That's the negative point of the NATO, but that's true that Europe is a military war. And for my colleagues in this conference, I want to complete the data. No, for example, that's true that Spain or France or Germany depends on the military, the U.S. military for the defense. It's clear. If we take the budget of defense of United States, and we take nowadays the national budget of the United States in defense is the same than the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the 10th. This addition multiplied 2 times is the U.S. budget of defense. That's logical that the European countries without an independent system of defense, we are satellites of the United States. And for example, in the case of the crisis of Perejil, the government of the Prime Minister Aznar doesn't call the Article 5 of the Treaty of Washington, go for a bilateral solution. The same done, for example, in this case, in the crisis with Morocco, the attitude of our allied friends was pro-Moroccan. Nowadays, Spain, how secure our positions in Africa? Well, supporting the neo-colonial empire of France in Mali and all these states. The NATO for the national security, as a country like Spain, is a complete fiasco. And I remember that the first time that I voted in 1986, I voted in the referendum of NATO in Spain, and I voted yes. But I think this is a mistake. I try to be brief. I think in the sentence of Mao Zedong, no, the sovereignty is in the mouth of the rifles. Well, Europe needs to be a sworn. And well, what is the model for me of the future defense in this community of independent states? For me, it's not a question to disband the national armies and create a super European army. I think it's walking in the NATO path. For me, this is not the solution. For me, the solution, I want to take the model of United States, but the inverse model for me, the defense. Every country must be responsible for its defense, but we can create new models of cooperation. I will take the model of the defense of the United States. The federal government has the armed forces, the army, and every state has a national guard. I propose the same model. 2 armies, the national armies and a small European common army, not inventions like the French-German brigade or the Eurocorps, because there are national units. Create, with a part of the budget for the defense of every country, a common army in order to be a military Frontex, to defend the European territory, all the territories of every state. This thing is not done by the NATO today. Every country, every army, every national army defend his borders, but in case of crisis, there are an Eurocorps of reaction independent of every army. It's not a multinational corps. It's create a common army. The model of the federal army in the United States, and every state with a kind of national guard, but with an inverse role. The European army is only for defending the European borders. No adventures in Libya or in Afghanistan or in Iraq for implement democracy. This is a joke. Implement democracy in a Muslim country. And a national guard of every country, of France, of Spain. For example, France follow a very curious policy in North Africa, in Mali, in Mauritania, in Morocco. Well, the military adventures in Northern Africa must be paid by the French and his army and its army. And is the reverse model. Normally in the United States, the National Guards of the states are troops for the territorial defense under the orders of the governors. And the Federal Army or the US Armed Forces is the force of projection. For me, it's the inverse role. Every army, every country has its interests and can use its national forces, like France in this case, and there are a military Frontex that this is a military corps, but I know that this is a problem. First of all, who is the political authority of that? I think this European army can be founded in the case that the chief of the state who the borders are in threat, he must call automatically this European army in order to reinforce his military forces. For me, is the most important of this point. But there are two problems. First of all, the political control. Don't create a superstructure in Europe. Only a kind of common reserve force for the European states without a political authority, I think. And also another problem in this defense model that I propose is the nuclear force. Nowadays, the only state with nuclear capabilities is France. I think that the Europeans, in the case of this Frontex military force, autonomous, perhaps must think in this possibility. And the second part of the question, understand Europe and the Christianity in a wide sense. For example, why we don't have a good relation with Russia? We, the Spaniards, we have not any problem with Russians. And with the Spaniards, we have telecommunications companies, we have companies for civil works, and for us, Russia is a good field for business. And they have in Europe, the Russians has that we don't have, raw materials. And the Russians doesn't have that the Europeans we have, is talent and economy. Sometimes we think the European defense or the defense of a state as a military problem. The military problem is a step of the problem, but this is not the global solution. Sometimes I think, my experience of soldier told me that perhaps sometimes the security of your neighbor is your security. I think that we must forget all the NATO thinking and, first of all, the responsibility of every country in its defense, increase the military budget. For example, I don't understand how a country as Poland in this strategic position, how disband the conscript army. I don't understand. I'm not able to understand that. Poland needs a huge investment in military, and the genial idea of the government was the disband and the professionalization of the army. I think that was not a good idea. For example, first of all, is the responsibility of the citizens, and second is the cooperation of the states in Europe, and create also scenarios for peace. Nowadays, we have our perspective, but think in the position of our neighbors, the Russians. All the movements of NATO in the last 20 years are an aggressive perception. Why we don't? That's true that the democracy and the liberty in Russia is a false democracy. But I think that we must go away the structure of NATO and prepare and be responsible, the Europeans, for our defense, because we pay a price to the United States for that. If we want the liberty, we must pay for that. The first thing is to increase the budget in defense, and always, I think this idea that I show, create a common army, a small common army with responsibilities in the Frontex, as reserve army for covering the borders, and also create not only squadrons of AWACS planes, but only think in something that the Europeans we can create for defending our territory. This is our, as the French said, force de frappe, no? Our own, perhaps the best idea is to create in a first moment a common European nuclear strategical force. I think this is the way, and forget and be adult people and take responsibility for our defense. Because the Americans, there are people who always give me. All this sacrifice, all this investment by the Americans during the Cold War, the Europeans, we pay for it. It's not free. And I think this is all the points that I want to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor. And now I would like to ask Professor David Reichert for just a short opinion about the transatlantic relationship of European community with US towards the establishing economic solidarity in Europe and unity, solidarity and peace promoted by Schuman. So we have many cases, examples of a losing with a very fast speed, losing the economic solidarity within the European Union, which is very dangerous for the future development of our continent as a whole. So, Professor Reichert, just share your opinion about that.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd be happy to. Well, as we know, since the Second World War, the United States has been closely aligned with Europe. And in fact, I would argue that it was the Americans that made it possible for Schuman and Monnet and Adenauer to initially realize their dream of a community of nations, largely because of the Marshall Plan at the end of the Second World War for the reconstruction of Europe, as well as the very first region-wide organization after the war, the Organization of European Economic Cooperation in Paris, today the OECD, which the Americans sponsored as a way for the members who accepted the Marshall Plan money to coordinate the use of those funds. So I think there was a big push there initially by the Americans for European integration. And but that doesn't mean that over the years there haven't been ups and downs, as we know, in this relationship. We just could mention a few points here from history. 1960s and 70s period in the Vietnam War, which divided us along the lines of those who, especially France, who were protesting the American involvement in the war. In the 1980s, of course, the big debate in that era between Europe and the United States was the missiles, the Pershing II missiles, if we remember those, that Ronald Reagan wanted to deploy in Europe. 1990s, we had, of course, differences in the Balkan War situation, with the Europeans initially reluctant to get involved and then rather begging the United States finally to get involved, which the Clinton presidency finally did. And then we had maybe one of the largest rifts with the 2003 war in the Gulf, the Iraq War, that divided U.S. and Europe. So these were some really big moments of division. But I think that although these were difficult times in our transatlantic foreign relations, ironically, the Trump years, the last few years, have actually not been that bad. It's been more a perceptual problem due to Trump himself and his volatile character, his rather erratic, eccentric behavior. But if you look at the actual goings-on of the last 4 years, what were some of the disputes? Well, nothing quite as enormous as the Gulf War. We've had disputes over aluminum and steel tariffs. We've had debates about bananas and hormone beef. Yeah. Now, of course, it's true that Trump canceled the transatlantic trade pact, which was proposed by Europe. But then again, many Europeans were opposed to the transatlantic trade pact, especially environmentalists. So I don't really see the past few years as being the worst period in the relations. I think historically we can see that the periods I mentioned were worse. I also don't think that the problem in the past was Trump per se. You know, Trump had a mantra, which I'm sure most of us are aware of: "Make America great again." Well, I think in Europe that phrase had a certain ring to it, and a very negative one at that. What Trump actually meant by "Make America Great Again," by the way, I did not vote for Trump, but what Trump, I think he largely meant returning employment and jobs to middle America, working class middle Americans. Getting involved in China in the trade dispute was a critical part of that, and bringing home manufacturing jobs that had long been lost in the Rust Belt of America. So that's largely what it meant, to make America great. It wasn't an affront, it wasn't an attempt at global domination, at least in my reading of Trump. No, I think it's more than Trump that has caused the problems. I believe it's been growing pains. Well, what do I mean by growing pains? Well, if you look, for example, at the 1950s, 60s, and 70s period, Europe was still recovering from the Second World War. I mean, the worst war in human history in that period of years that we know about, right? And so that took a while. So America was by default, as a superpower, in the lead. But by the 1980s, 90s, and the new millennium, I think Europe was beginning to find its own feet in a more mature sense. And I believe that as a more demanding to be a more equal partner with the United States, as my Spanish colleague has pointed out, and rightfully so. So I really see it as a dispute, not with any one presidential administration or any one particular leader in Europe, but largely this phenomenon of the growing pain in Europe. Today, I think that if there is pessimism in the relationship, it's not so much about the present, but about the future. And I would like to cite 4 areas that I think are reflective of this pessimism. First of all, security. There's a lot of apprehension on the part of not only the United States, but also the Atlantic countries, the so-called Atlanticist countries like Netherlands and Denmark, also the Eastern European countries, about where Europe is going with its own security architecture separate from NATO. And as we heard, my colleague, the last speech had some good opinions about that. The second is the Balkan policy, Bosnia and Kosovo. Where is that going? And what is the proper sharing of responsibility in the Balkans between the United States and the European Union? Third, I would cite missile defense and the problem of the Trump administration pulling out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty with Russia, and now President Biden trying to suggest getting back into that treaty with Russia. And then finally, the Nord Stream pipeline, Nord Stream 2, which has been a problem for the Americans, not only from a security perspective, but also because the Americans would like to sell more oil and gas to Europe, obviously. But still, there is that very critical security concern. Now, I would say that each of these points, these important points, are precisely in the areas that Robert Schuman would agree in his concept of the nation's concept as promoting international peace and security. So I think that these are appropriate areas to focus on in future European Union relations. I think Schuman would disagree with the European Union critically commenting, for example, on the United States Mexico City policy, which denies funding for international organizations that support abortion, or NGOs, in which some of that money would go to support abortion. Or I think that Schuman would disagree about the European Union getting involved in America's border conflict with Latin America, because it's extremely complex and it's largely a matter for the United States, or even China trade relations. Now, of course, I think that in terms of the human rights situation in China, I think Schuman would agree that we should both be involved in that and work and cooperate on that one. Well, what about some positive? What about some positive perspective about the future? Some hope. Well, I think there is hope if we do look at, first of all, that first topic I mentioned, security, and the common foreign security policy and NATO relationship. And I don't think it's been as bad as it's been painted to be, personally. If we remember, in 1992, the European Community, the soon-to-be European Union, negotiated in Petersburg, Germany, the Petersburg Tasks, which made kind of a compromise between the military role of the European Union and the military role of NATO. And that is to just, forgive me if I'm stating the obvious, but that the European Union would be concerned with humanitarian tasks, peacekeeping, rescue, and other crisis management tasks. And the European Union would only act when NATO decided not to act. These are the so-called Petersburg tasks. They have been incorporated into the Treaty of Lisbon, and so they're still respected. So I believe that President Macron's proposal, not only him, for a European army, I don't see that this is anything that's helpful at this point at this stage in the relationship between the United States and the European Union. First of all, it's going to cause suspicion on both sides. It's going to divide further the United States and Europe. It won't be in terms of a cooperative dimension. And is this what we really need in an age of terrorism? Second, it will divide the European Union Atlanticist states from the EU's Europeanist states, and I include in the Atlanticist states not only states like Denmark and Netherlands, but the Eastern European states that have largely favored a NATO presence. And in the end, it doesn't really take into account that NATO is Europe. I mean, the majority of states in NATO are European countries. Sometimes we have this idea that Europe is, there's NATO on the one hand and there's Europe on the other. But in reality, that's a false perception. NATO is, by and large, Europe. It's a European security organization with the large presence, of course, of the United States, Canada, and other countries. So I think that's something to keep in mind. I would disagree with my colleague in his last speech, that doing away with NATO would do any good at this time. Well, what about in terms of the Balkan policy? Well, that's been quite a success, I think, in many ways. In Bosnia and Kosovo, there has been a sharing of responsibility. Now, according to my current statistics, European Union presence there is about 70%, whereas the American presence is the remaining 30%, largely across Bosnia and Kosovo. So there's been a good kind of what we call in Slovakia spolupráca, a good cooperation between the United States and Europe in the Balkans. And again, in the spirit of peace of Robert Schuman, international peace. What about the change of U.S. presidents from Trump to Biden? Well, obviously, there's going to be a wholesale positive effect in Europe, because again, the Europeans for better or worse, perceived Trump as somebody that simply, and of course Trump probably felt the same way, that they could not work together much. But Biden has promised, the bilateralist has promised a kind of a reset of relations with the European Union, and that includes joining the Paris Climate Accord, as we know, talking to Iran again. I don't believe that the Americans will go back into the Iran agreement because so much has changed in the last few years. It's going to have to be completely renegotiated if they do it. But at least Biden is open to talking to Iran again. And in terms of the anti-ballistic missile treaty with Russia, Biden has signaled his desire to re-enter some new form of that with Russia. So however you feel about these various policies of President Biden, I think the approach is hopeful. I think it's positive, and it's definitely in the spirit of Robert Schuman's idea of cooperation, transatlantic cooperation and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, Professor Pablo de la Fuente. But Professor, now we please do not talk about the military, defense and security. Now please talk about how to come back and what to do in the European Union to obtain the main goal of Schuman, which was unity, solidarity and peace. So just you have dedicated not more than 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, do you listen to me?
Yes, perfect, Professor.
Yes, well, sometimes my students, when I talk with them, they told me, Professor, you are a pessimistic. And I answer, no, I'm not pessimistic. I am an optimistic, well-informed. Well, the question now, start a process is easy, but stop the locomotive and go back is difficult. Now, we, the Europeans, I think we are ruled by an oligarchy, anti-democratic in Brussels. But now going back is difficult. It's difficult. We must be realistic. For example, the last opportunity, in my opinion, was in the Brexit, when the number of the representatives of the European Parliament has a new assignment and changed from 765 to 705. Now that, because I live in Poland, I'm so sad to say that 7 votes of a Polish citizen in the European Parliament is 1 vote of a Maltese. One vote of a Polish represents 1.30 of a Sweden or 6.90 of Luxembourg. Perhaps I think in a future, perhaps our politicians must fight for a new assignation of the parliament. Is the lobby of pressure against the Christian countries in Europe. For example, I propose another common tool, like my military proposal, is give every country 1 representative per million, and the countries who are not more than 1 million, like Malta or Luxembourg, give 1 representative, and that's all. In the Christian world, we are all sons of God. But I think in the European Parliament, the Maltese, the Sweden, or the Luxembourgers are more sons of God than the Polish. I think the first thing, I don't propose a Marxist utopia. I only, let's go to do now a new arrangement of the European Parliament. Small things for great changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we ask for a short speech. Dr. Ewa Salkiewicz, what legal mechanism similar to the Schuman's legs and diplomatic model existing European should be changed to create partnership and partnership. Let's say, let's finish at that point. Schuman lacks. I just remember after the France, the land where Schuman lived was born. He came back after the First War back to the France, Lorraine. And in Lorraine, under the Germans, there was allowed to teach the religion in school. And in France, was not allowed. But the Schuman, smart approach, called the Schuman's legs, he defended the teaching the religion in Lorraine. So it seems to be that even if that a legal environment in France, it's possible to act in the successful way. So this basically, as for instance, in France today, if you defend the abortion, it means if you against the abortion. And if you talk about that in media, then you can be penalized with money, penalized. So the Schuman, in that time was not in difficult shoes, but he defended in Lorraine the teaching the religion. So this again. Some things are possible. Of course, there is not possible to make the revolution. But to be more optimistic, Dr. Iwa Sałkiewicz, what legal mechanism similar to the Schuman's leg and diplomatic model, should be changed to create a partnership and to make things more friendly. Just let me just, if you can limit your speech up to 5 minutes, I would appreciate that much. Thank you.
I don't know, do you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, fine, thank you. As far as I know about the Schuman law, what you just mentioned, it was a law code reconciliating earlier French and pre-war German legislation for Alsace-Lorraine, and it was about the safeguarding the rights of the population. So as far as I know, it was not only about the freedom of religion, but I would say a human rights in large perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I just mentioned about this part of teaching the religion in the school. You are right. So
for me, because I am Christian, so I don't see any difficulties in having religion at school. There are some people, of course, and also in Western Europe, who are opposed to it. I would say that in this field, because it's a very personal field, it is like a domaine réservé. So I would say that the EU should not influence saying that one country must do this, another country should not do it, etc. But in this field, which is very spiritual one, personal one, and each one has a different belief, it should be decided by the country if they want to teach at school or not, but not that if it is taught, it should be punished, of course, by money or for some other punishment. I would not limit myself only to this teaching of freedom of religion, but I would also mention one thing which in my opinion works really well in this field of the EU, and it really creates partnership of community spirit. It means Erasmus program, Erasmus Plus, because this is important not only for us who are teachers, but for example, we as professors, we have no too much contacts with the United States. Why? Because there was a program, as you know, Atlantis, but it's somehow suspended. And when I met some of my American colleagues, I always ask, what is the reason why we cannot have the same, let's say, exchange program like with Europe we have within the EU? And they were always telling me that this program Atlantis is suspended. So in my opinion, here it is really a big role for the EU and the Atlantic Partnership with the US to cooperate in this field. Why it is important? Because, for example, it could be taken into consideration the common subjects such as history of the EU. One of the my predecessor, mentioned the name of Joseph Ratzinger. And of course, I'm sure you who are in this subject, you know who was Joseph Ratzinger. But I guarantee you, although he was Polish, not many people in Poland know who was Joseph Ratzinger. The same thing is about the very famous person that everybody of you knows, Rafał Lemkin. And because I am involved in some of the research about the genocide, and I translated one book of my colleague from Geneva about the Turkish genocide, by the way. So I think that this scientific cooperation is very important because, like with Erasmus+, of course it can be the research about the religion, yes, because, for example, my husband is American and he asked me how it is possible that you teach religions at school. He cannot understand, although he is Catholic like me. But that is why, I mean, this is a difference of understanding, and in this field I think we could cooperate very well. About the Schuman law, I would say it's not only about this sphere. I was saying it should be domaine réservé of each country, but I would say also about, which exists already, the neighboring cooperation. It exists already, so we don't need to create a new mechanism, because in fact there are too many international organizations and too many mechanisms that this is so-called dédoublement des fonctions. And they are really repeat themselves, although even the subjects are the same. Like International Court of Justice only states, okay, but about the Council of Europe and EU courts, there is only for the individuals and states, so it is almost the same. What I am against, to introduce the new policy instruments, and not only because this, the new instrument protecting the financial interest of the EU against so-called breaches of the rule of law, if we don't know what the rule of law means. So this is, I am against, because this is a new policy instrument in order to punish some of the countries because their legislation is different than the others. And that is why I agree with the position of the Polish government in this field, because I think, and also Hungarian, independently of the politics, because the parties are in politics for 4 years, 8 years, they are not forever. But the practice which is after, and the law, of course, has to be legal. It cannot be contrary to the interest of one of the countries. So once you adopt the law, you can change it, but it's a very, very long bureaucratic procedure. And the last thing, finally, I would like to say that I agree with the person who spoke before me about the European Parliament, because it seems to me that, first of all, there are too many deputies not in accordance to the country, to which country is bigger or smaller. I would rather say, although of course General Assembly is in the EU, in the UN, it's not a parliament, but I would rather be for one country, one voice, not like the majority of countries, because it's a big country, must have, I don't know, 200 deputies, another 100. It is too much and too bureaucratic, and the citizen for whom this EU should be created don't understand it. Even for us who are in this field, it is so many things, and I agree, and I can guarantee you that not of us read even all EU treaties, because they are too long. It should be like the Charter, 109 articles, and of course not everybody reads.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Excellency Eva Salkiewicz, Relin, I appreciate your speech now, because, it's as well the David Reichert, express a very similar approach. Speaking one country, one voice, because it would be really a Schuman's approach. Remember, a European Council, that was engagement of Schuman, but
yes,
his approach was that any European institution should be temporary,
yes,
as far as the task are finished. So
I agree,
the European Parliament as well should be of that, model, like you said. So this is the direction we are going to think about that. And I noticed that many speakers today voiced about that approach. So now Dr. Philip Ludwin, just if you don't mind, I just limit your speech up to 5 minutes, because you had a very great speech before. And just if you would like to highlight, I think, like how dangerous would be the superstate offered by Spinelli in the process of establishing unity, solidarity, and peace. That's what Schuman was talking about. Yeah, go ahead, 5 minutes most.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. My answer is very simple and very obvious. For me, superstate can mean superpower, and superstate can mean a super problem too. But on the other hand, I'd like to understand the position of Spinelli and Rossi. I'd like to understand their argumentation. And according to Spinelli and Rossi, the main problem of the modern world lies in the fact that that there is too much national sovereign states, and according to them, this is the main problem which calls for a solution. The multitude of states, of sovereign countries, is the biggest and the most dangerous cause of international conflicts, and as a consequence, it leads to militarization of our societies. It is a source. It is a cause of totalitarianism. All these tensions between sovereign countries, but and this is the most important mistake made by Spinelli and Rossi, in my opinion. They don't see other important problems of our world. They don't see other possible reasons and causes of conflicts, of tensions, they don't see other dangers for our freedom, for our liberty, for our life. They believe that supranational state, federal state, can solve all these problems. After establishing this state, all our problems, or at least at least the majority of our problems will be solved. But in fact, it's a very naive answer. It's not convincing for me. We can imagine, without any problems, we can imagine many situations that can occur in one state, in a single state, that can lead to very similar problems from the perspective of human liberty. If there's only one single state in the world, and this is a dream of Spinelli and Rossi, we have to notice that that Spinelli and Rossi want to firstly, initially, establish a pan-European federation, but it is only the first step in a big process of establishing a worldwide global federation. So pan-European federation, it's just the beginning. They wanted to create one single global state, federal state, and this state can solve all our problems with conflicts, with aggression, with violence, and so on. But when we take a look, for example, for some federal states, for example, for the USA, at Russia, at Spain nowadays, we can see that all these states, federal states, can have a lot of internal problems, which that are not solved by the federal government structure. In the history of the USA, there was a civil war. In Russia, there was a very brutal war in Chechnya, for example. In Spain, we can observe a problem with Catalonia, for example. So, to sum up, Spinelli and Rossi don't see that that federal states can have a lot of conflicts inside, and it's obvious. But they believe that federal states can manage all of these problems. Okay. In my opinion, we should find an answer not in a structure of government, but in culture. First of all, in culture, we have to ask which law is good, which criteria we have to involve in lawmaking process. Okay. But these issues are not taken into account, into consideration by Spinelli and Rossi.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you very much indeed for your, complimentary speech. And now, just for a short, for a few 3 minutes, I ask Dr. Mirosław Boruta-Krakowski, who is a sociologist, social activist, and journalist, I think, that what I know, and be some kind to just 3 minutes, why the superstate is contradictory to spiritual, cultural, and historical character of Europe. Just as a representative of many people, what do you think about that? Be some kind, just 3 minutes, the floor is yours.
Yes, of course. Dear professor, dear participants, guests, good evening from Krakow. I really thank you for the invitation, and allow me to start by presenting the ideological framework of my speech. Because the human world, the social world, is a real world. And we have a duty to defend it, just as we have a duty to defend common sense, the golden mean, or natural order of the world. So God has given us the knowledge to recognize good and evil. In terms of the media, to write well about good people and to write badly about bad people means standing for the truth. To write badly about good people and to write well about bad people means standing for sin. First, the project Poland started in 1966, did not finish after 1,055 years. It will continue, as it has so far, the 32 generations of Poles. It will continue for the simple reason Poles and the current Polish leading elites want that. Here, the role of the elites is the most important, especially if they promoted positive role models, the canon of national culture, Catholic culture, high culture. This debate has long roots. Some genetic anthropologists say that human history is about 70,000 years. So we have discovered as a modern people like us who believe in God, because this is still the most important attribute of man and humanity, have existed for these years. Over the years, we have spread all over the world, divided culturally by thousands of languages, religion, and even by the inherited external features. Man, as John Paul II teaches us, lives a truly human life through culture. His life is also a culture in the sense of distinguished from other beings that are part of the visible world. And patriotism, writes John Paul II, means loving the native, loving history, tradition, language. So the third, therefore, is also independence and sovereignty of the homeland, the ability to exercise political power. It is not Moscow, not Brussels or Berlin that are the capitals of the Polish states. It's Warsaw. And that sentence should be understood very literally. So building lasting and equal alliances or even communities around the states that not exclude sovereignty, and it's even subordinated to it. Central, Eastern Europe, the construction of the intermedium, the community of states between Germany and Russia are the extremely important task here. And particular care must be given to our national centers near the borders. I see it as one of the priorities of the work of all politicians. The same process is now in the UAE countries, really the same. The European Union, as an organization of a union of sovereign states that cooperate economically, is a very good project, but nothing else. Let us remember that if, as a society, we clearly define our stance in a particular matter, put in the legal system, it will be accepted in our country for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your short and concrete, response. And, at this point, if Mr. Michał Karnowski, representative for media and expert, very well known, if you don't mind just, to to have now kind of a contribution in that discussion, in that third block. Are you listening to us? Hello? No present, right? Okay, so when you will listen, then I would, I would appreciate, you just say a few words. But
you did not. Excuse me, you did not talk to me, yeah, Klaus Wittmann.
No, just
not yet. Sorry.
No, not yet. Yes, but since I just will give the voice to you, Dr. Wittmann. But before you make kind of a summary and a feedback, this is the third block where you started this discussion, and I would like you just make a summary. But before you say something, I just would like to indicate to the free cis community of the community of free cis nations. This is some community and some project which is going to be more and more important. We didn't discuss today because it's a very huge topic. We are going to come to that sometime in next meetings. And this community of free cis nations, according to my opinion, is going to be a kind of a good prototype of community of European nations. A prototype, it means that it can, reflect how should more or less the community of European nations be. So I hope that the community of European free cis nations will assume the shape which will help Europe, entire Europe, to get to obtain a better model, a model which will be, tying back to that how Schuman was approaching this. So now, be some kind, Dr. Wittmann, to make some kind of a summary in the feedback,
yes.
Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Before I sum up, and although NATO was not our subject, I have to respond in a few words to Professor de la Fuente, starting by saying, encantado de verle, yo era secretario de la Comisión Mixta Hispano-Alemán cuando España se incorporó a OTAN. I was the secretary of the German-Spanish Commission for Military Cooperation when Spain entered NATO. And I can tell you that Spain never ever insisted on incorporating Ceuta and Melilla in the NATO treaty. And I find it a little bit odd to compare these two cities with Latvia. Secondly, 1989, the end of the Cold War, NATO made no sense any longer. I can tell you I was the military committee appointed chairman of the military strategy working group, and we did a very effective work to keep NATO relevant and effective again. Likewise, I could tell you a lot about Kosovo, which was much more complicated than you depicted it, because then I was the military advisor of the German NATO ambassador. And finally, no problems with Russia and 20 years of NATO aggressive acts that I found also very astounding. And I suggest that you talk to Poles and Baltic people and Ukrainians and so on. To Professor Reichert, I only wanted to say Nord Stream 2, unfortunately, is not only a problem for the US, but unfortunately, Germany has isolated itself almost with the whole of the European Union for that project. Very, very sad. And to Professor Reichert, I want to say thank you that on European Army, strategic autonomy, Atlanticist and European, you supported what I said. Now, my more general remarks. One, I always try to be very, very honest, and I will do that also now. This is my first close contact with the Schuman Institute, and I'm struck by the homogeneity of views among all speakers. Also, if I look at the subjects of the subsequent sessions, March through December, it looks like nothing is positive in the European Union. I also consider some reforms as necessary, but for me it is not absolutely black and white. I had to say that. But I agree with those who say that the EU must prove its added value, that it can contribute to the solution of problems that are on people's minds. For example, youth unemployment. This is much more important than searching for the EU a new narrative, like some people say. Now back to my subject. In the field of security and defense policy, I am not worried that we will move too much toward the Spinelli model. Like in the CFSP, the Common Foreign and Security Policy, also in the CSDP, the Common Security and Defense Policy, the C for common will remain the problem. And somebody mentioned Kissinger, and I was in London a couple of years ago when Lady Ashton was still the High Representative for Foreign Policy, and she quoted Kissinger at a luncheon debate, and she said, "Remember Henry Kissinger, who said, who asked which telephone number to call when he wanted to talk with Europe?" And she said, "This is now my number, and if you call that, there will be an answer machine saying for the French position, press 1, for the British position, press 2, for the German position, press 3, and so on." So I'm also quite agnostic about the common, and I think there is no danger of a super state. Still, with the world as it is and the global border transcending security challenges, none of our nations will be able to stand or act on its own. And with the US having also priorities outside NATO, we must find ways how together to take more responsibility and to better cooperate in the security field, as I tried to explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wittmann. Could you say which button to press to get, the opinion of Poland?
Yeah, that is probably number 4. I think that is number 4. And by the way, I have to tell you that I am a member of the advisory board of the committee of the Weimar Triangle, and my wife is French, and I have many connections in Poland, and I think the Weimar Triangle, Warsaw, Berlin, Paris, should be a much more active core of Europe. And I think a few days ago it turned 30 years, the Weimar Triangle. And whenever I meet a French or a German or a Polish politician, I cause him or her to say a few positive words about the Weimar Triangle.
Yeah, you are definitely right. Yeah, it's sometime we are going to find a place in these debates for that topic. You are fully right. And, as a kind of a sign, a year ago, I think there was a meeting of over a year ago, our president with Emmanuel Macron, who came, to Warsaw. And it was, basically in a context of a Weimar Triangle. And I am the same opinion, I mean, this is in context of developing a relationship. So what Schuman mostly, highlighted, the relationship. And what he said, dialogue. Do not stop the dialogue. If you stop the dialogue, then starts the war. So this is the basically approach. You mentioned, as well, that it is not a black and white. Yes, that's right. I mean, but the Schuman approach, the Institute of Schuman thought basically is a trying. We are not, excellent, ideal people. but we are trying to follow him. And what Schuman, was approaching, improving. So as you notice, the debate, the Schuman debate, the name here, the Schuman debate about renewing the European Union is to some certain extent with the context of what is the Emmanuel Macron speaking. He is speaking about the renewing of the European Union. We are not speaking about the revolution. We are speaking about
you.